This again. Good evening, everyone. That's more like it. Firstly, thank you so much for taking out the time and joining us. It is such a delight, honor, and privilege, one, to be seeing each one of you, and morely, for you to join us in this endeavor of ours. Ladies and gentlemen, it is such a delight, privilege, and honor as I take the stage to welcome each one of you to open Green Shift 2026. I think that deserves a huge round of applause as we, of course, all come together to join us in this conversation and endeavor of ours, but more importantly, to try and get some energy in the room as well. Ladies and gentlemen, as India navigates through this next phase of growth that we are really optimistic about, sustainability and the conversations around it will no longer be just a peripheral concern. They, in fact, will now sit at the heart of questions around development, questions around competitiveness, questions around energy, urban life, public health, and even social stability. If you look at our agenda of today, and this will be reflected in some of the conversations that you see, the Green Shift is conceived as an open platform to examine exactly this transition in all its complexity. Because remember, one of the most defining national conversations of our time is happening around this. I am Ridhima Bhatnagar, and I'm so thrilled to be your host for this evening. Ladies and gentlemen, it's rightly said that the choices indeed are ours. India does stand at a pivotal point. The decisions that we make today will not just shape our environment, but in fact, they will also have an impact on our economy, communities, and most importantly, the future for our generations to come. So I really hope that you all have a lot of learnings and takeaways from here, because the idea is not just to restrict this conversation to this hall, but to take it out as well. Before I begin, a big thank you to all our partners without whom really none of this would have been possible. Our green partner, Larsen & Toubro, state tourism partner, Delhi Tourism, legal partners, Niti Bodh, hydration partner, Qua, clean energy partner, Gruner, renewable energy partner, Purva Green Power, knowledge partner, Terry Digital partner, Hook. Could I request a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, because when you see an event of this nature, multiple partners come together to ensure our vision becomes this beautiful reality that you're all seeing. But we'd all love for us to join you in the conversation as well. And for that, we have our dedicated hashtag of the event, hashtag OpenGreenShift 2026. We'd love for each one of you to join us in this conversation, and we'd love to hear from each one of you as well. I'd now like to take this opportunity to invite on stage Mr. S. Prasanna Rajan, Editor-in-Chief, Open Magazine, to kindly join us on stage for the welcome address, please, and for us to know a little more about the tone and context of this endeavor of ours. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause.
Good evening, everyone. It is such a pleasure to welcome you all to this meeting of minds on a subject which is close to all of us, which impacts our life every day, every minute, without any kind of anticipation or expectation. I think as citizens of a planet consistently let down by our bad behavior, these kind of meetings on a subject like this we cannot avoid. It is urgent, it is here and now. Because there was a time when we call somebody an environmentalist, it looks so arcane, it looks so, it looks so remote. He was typecast or even caricatured as an alarmist or an idealist or even a climate anarchist. No longer, we are all environmentalists today, because this is very much in our life, in our breath, in our every moment. So we have come a long way now because a certain degree of idealism is good because we cannot be totally pragmatic or completely given to our own experiences. You know, this is to show some kind of gratitude and indebtedness to a planet pleading for kindness. So this is to show that we are sensitive. That is why when the head of a state today chant, drill, baby, drill, it doesn't sound so funny. It sounds so insensitive. So the price for insensitivity is so huge, so high, and we saw it in very recently when the Middle East war peaked. The targets, the targets were not just military installations, and that we all thought there was a second oil shock in the coming. So it didn't happen, but we were close to it. And that brought to the point a big question, because we were not ready for alternatives. No government, no system was pursuing the alternative, other forms of energy, any kind of seriousness. That was a moment, we all thought, that was a moment brought home the importance of applied sustainable economics. Or take the climate change, for example. So for so long, whenever we talked about climate or something like that, so it was some kind of a cynicism or a denialism that marked our responses. No longer. When the United Nations or some genuine NGOs brought the subject, we dismissed it and we called them misplaced, alarmist, always looking for apocalyptical news. Now we are no longer in that kind of dismissing things because we, India itself, is one of the big emitters along with USA, China, or even the EU. But thankfully, we are not in denial, unlike many of others. That is why then there's a problem when we can be so conscious about what's happening to us. And there is a problem is that when any cause, the problem comes when any cause becomes an ism. That's why the problem with environmentalism also. And ism is giving yourself to dogma, to certainties. No, it has no relativism. So what we need is not dogmatic, some kind of a environmental absolutism. What we need is environmental empathy, environmental compassion, or environmental consciousness. So that is why this, the isms, the pitfalls of the ism, for example, is best brought out by the so-called green parties, for example, because most of the green parties are, this hardcore populist, so cut away from the democratic pragmatism, and they have some kind of anarchic, disruptors. So we cannot reject anything, but we have to be a position, and the environmental position cannot be a position of rejectionism. It has to be in perfect harmony with the expediencies or the moral urgencies of a democracy too. So it makes sense to, to maintain some kind of a good balance between environmental priorities and the priorities of governance, because environmental extremism is as bad as political rejectionism. That is why we are here. We are here because we are doing something what the Open Magazine has been doing for a while with some amount of success. So that is make arguments, analysis, and storytelling which add to the national conversation. Now, today, we are taking that conversation beyond the pages. We are taking it to some of the finest minds from environment, ecology, development, corporate morality, this. This conversation matters because the answers are not always found in data. We can afford some sort of environmental evangelism too, because we need to spread the good word. And there are quite a few people out here, they have spent an incredible amount of time and their intellectual life to the cause of the planet, a planet let down by our own bad behavior. So we have planned the following session in such a way that, it's taken together, they all become a blueprint. It becomes a blueprint for a blueprint for perfecting or honing our green consciousness. So to redeem the earth from our own sins, to remain green, I would say, is to remain human. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. And just taking on from what Prasanna in fact said very rightly, that the conversations that in fact will follow will indeed become a blueprint for all our collective green consciousness as well. And do join us in this initiative and endeavor of ours. Ladies and gentlemen, before we move forward, we in fact would also like to take this opportunity to now play out a short message from Shri Prakash Javadekar, former Union Cabinet Minister, Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Information and Broadcasting, and Human Resources. Can we play the message, please?
ओपन ग्रीन शिफ्ट समिट के लिए इकट्ठा हुए सभी लोगों को मेरी शुभकामनाएं। आरपी संजीव गोयन का ग्रुप लगातार अच्छा काम करता है, उद्योग में भी और सामाजिक सेवा में भी, और इसलिए आज का ये कार्यक्रम भी महत्वपूर्ण है। उन्होंने सही समय पे किया है। क्लाइमेट चेंज ये एक वास्तविकता है और इसलिए प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने पेरिस समिट में सोलर अलायंस किया, सस्टेनेबिलिटी की बात की, क्लाइमेट जस्टिस की बात की, लाइफस्टाइल की बात की, और इसलिए वो सबसे महत्वपूर्ण हिस्सा है। जब तक हम लाइफस्टाइल नहीं बदलेंगे, जब तक हम सस्टेनेबिलिटी पे काम नहीं करेंगे, विकास अपने यहाँ दो पंथ होते हैं, एक कंप्लीट विकास विरोधी और एक विकास के लिए कुछ भी, तो दोनों का बैलेंस करना चाहिए। और सस्टेनेबिलिटी का एक अच्छा उदाहरण दिल्ली मेट्रो है। दिल्ली मेट्रो के हर स्टेशन के लिए 15-20 पेड़ काटने पड़े और 300 स्टेशन है तो बहुत हुई संख्या, फिर भी उससे 10 गुना ज्यादा पेड़ भी लग गए और आज 50 लाख लोग एनवायरमेंटल फ्रेंडली ट्रैवल कर रहे हैं। तो ये जो है बिना उत्सर्जन का, तो ये जो सस्टेनेबिलिटी का एक उदाहरण है, ऐसे ही बहुत उदाहरण है। तो भारतीय उद्योगों ने भी सस्टेनेबिलिटी के दिशा में बहुत काम शुरू किया है और 2050 तक ही लगभग सारे भारतीय इंडस्ट्रीज ये नेट जीरो पे आ जाएंगे। तो ये भारत की कमिटमेंट है। भारत अपनी कार्यक्रम में आज G20 समूह में सबसे आगे है और इसीलिए आपकी ये परिषद चर्चा करे और उसके अच्छे नतीजे निकलेंगे जो सबके लिए प्रसारित भी करिए। बहुत फिर से शुभकामनाएं।
Thanking sir once again, not just for his message, but those words of encouragement and support as well. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to kickstart with the first session now, and conversations, as we said, do engage with us. We'd love to hear your views as well. Our first panel, ladies and gentlemen, is very aptly titled. It's called India's Transition Story. Now, India's energy transition, and you'll all agree with me when I say this, that it's unlike any of the major economy stories that we've really heard. Look at what's happening in India. India must reduce carbon intensity while also simultaneously meeting rapidly rising energy demand but also keeping in mind to make power affordable and accessible. Now, with perspectives that are spanning energy transition, let's look at strategy, public policy, renewable electricity, and even energy economics. This session, in fact, in this conversation, in fact, will examine how India's energy system is truly changing, and also the difficult choices that accompany this change. It will also explore where investment, technology, and policy, they all need to come together and converge to move from renewable energy ambition to a far more reliable, a far more scalable new energy architecture. With that, I'd like to take this opportunity to now invite our stellar panel on stage, and let's welcome them with a huge round of applause. Join me in welcoming Saurabh Kumar, Energy Transition Enabler and former Vice President, Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet, India. Let's welcome him on stage, please. Mohit Bhargava, Country Director, India Energy and Climate Center, Goldman School of Public Policy, UC Berkeley is joining us on the panel. Vibhuti Garg, Director, South Asia Institute for Energy Economics and Financial Analysis is also joining us on the panel. And also with a huge round of applause, join me in welcoming someone who in fact will steer this conversation for us, our moderator, Dr. Ritu Mathur, Director, Energy Assessment and Modeling at TERI. Let's welcome them with a huge round of applause, please. Welcome to our panelists. Welcome, Dr. Ritu, and the floor is all yours, please.
Thank you, and welcome to all the panelists. As we've heard, I think India is on the right path in terms of standing at a juncture where we are looking forward in terms of doing more, while we've already been pretty ambitious and have had a lot of policies already put on ground. And on this panel today, we have with us stellar people who are going to tell us more about where we stand and what are the challenges and opportunities in going forward. So without any further ado, I would like to start with Mr. Saurabh. You have, of course, been in the field of energy in terms of doing a lot. So from you, we would like to hear some success stories, but also to sort of point this in terms of how we can continue to accelerate even further when we are going ahead in terms of looking at both the Viksit Bharat kind of goal as well as the decarbonization goal, because one requires you to do so much more and keep on increasing our energy needs. And on the other hand, we must meet the challenge of being able to move towards a larger RE and shift away from fossil fuels. So over to you for your remarks.
Thank you, Rituji. Let me at the outset thanks Open Magazine for inviting me here. I think I'll name two recent successes in the last 10 years, which has been kind of unprecedented anywhere in the world. One, of course, is the solar story that we have seen unraveling over the last 10 years or so. And again, institutional structures like something that Mohitji and NTPC piloted, the NVVN model, which came in first, then followed by SECI. And now you see solar is kind of the cheapest renewable energy or energy which is available. So that's the first success story as to how to scale things literally from nowhere. From a 18 rupee power to 2.5 rupee in a decade is absolutely brilliant. The second success story is the RDSS scheme. And in particular, I would say the smart metering initiative. If I was sitting here 5, 6 years ago and people would ask that would a private sector ever invest lakhs of crores of rupees in the distribution sector, I would have actually laughed at it. But now you see, almost 7 crore smart meters have been installed in this country, everything from private sector. So I think these two are notable success stories. Yes, they need to continue. But if you look at what is happening as far as the transition to renewables is concerned, we are facing a lot of roadblocks. I'm sure people in the room know that almost 40 gigawatts of projects are stuck, renewable projects. We hardly have any storage capacity in the grid. And thirdly, there's no flexibility in the grid. So I think if you look at Niti Aayog's projection going to 2047, all our renewable energy at about 250 gigawatt is going to go up almost 8 to 10 times. Now, in order that the grid is able to absorb that kind of energy, the storage needs have to be, has to come up thick and fast, very quickly. CA estimates we need about 250 gigawatt hours of storage by 2030, and we only have about maybe 5 gigawatt hour at the moment. So a lot of emphasis on storage and flexibility of the grid. We have heard demand response, demand flexibility regulations coming out in various states, but we need to do much, much more. And thirdly, the underline of all this is the DISCOM financial health, because no transition will ever happen if the DISCOMs are unable to pay for the clean energy which is coming in. So I think these three, to my mind, are the most important challenges that need to be overcome. And I know for sure government is working on this along with the state governments and the other stakeholders.
Thank you so much. I think those are some challenges, but I think both something you addressed on the technology side, such as storage, but also on the demand side, managing the load curve, I think is important. So as we go forward, we need to look at both. Mr. Mohit Bhargav, to you, again, something more recent, more topical. We've heard with all the geopolitical tensions in the recent past, energy security becoming more and more of a buzzword. Also, as we hear, US walking out and talking about drill, baby, drill, and so on, we're seeing increased fragmentation in the world when it comes to doing more on decarbonization. How does India sit in all of this? What are our challenges in terms of energy security? And do we need to turn back the needle a little bit, or can we continue on our robust path ahead towards net zero?
Thanks, Ritu. I just wanted to check everyone is able to listen, because kind of challenge with what we are able to listen here. So are you guys able to listen clearly? Oh, good, thank you. So it doesn't matter whether we are able to listen or not. Yeah, there's a lot of echo on the stage. So, so thanks, first of all, to Open for having me here. Yes, Ritu, I think what you're saying, energy security is now more or less the most important thing which probably every country is looking for. It kind of started getting traction globally, at least when Ukraine war started, and with the Middle East war, US and Iran going on after the so-called MOU for ceasefire. We are back to square one in actually what makes sense. So I think I like to break it up into a couple of parts. What I think all of us faced, and we read in the newspapers, was that there were challenges with the supply of gas. So the government started saying, try to conserve gas and move towards electrification. So I think what's important for us to realize that when we talk about energy transition, it has to ride on the back of energy security. It cannot happen on its own. But the good news is that today, India, for example, has among the lowest costs for renewable-based 24/7 power. And this is something our people at Berkeley have worked out very clearly basis the various auctions and the prices prevailing in the markets. What we have seen that if we do set up a new capacity for supplying electricity, if we have a choice of various fuel sources like renewable, coal, gas, hydro, in the context of India, on a 24/7 basis, renewables plus storage is actually the lowest cost option. And what this does is very simple. Whatever new capacity we plan to add, and India will need a lot of capacity, as we heard, 2047, Viksit Bharat, so we're talking about maybe another 1,000 gigawatts of new capacity on the round-clock basis. All of that, or at least a large part of that, could come from renewable plus storage. And these are renewables. India is the best endowed in terms of solar radiation. We have sun almost 300 days in a year for the longest periods. We can actually store that. So the variability challenge of renewables is now something which can be very easily addressed. So whether we use battery, whether we use pump storage, the choice is ours. In fact, as per our assessment, round-the-clock power using renewables plus storage should be around 5 rupees. And if we actually look at all other options, they are at 6, 6.5, 7, and so on and so forth. So I think the choice is very clear. This actually opens a lot of windows for us. And this is where I just wanted to add a nuance to when we talk about energy transition. And I think that was also part of the opening statement, that we tend to assume energy transition only is from the electricity sector. But okay, it's very easy to convert coal to renewables and start setting up more RE, but we also need to look at industrial decarbonization. So this cheap electricity and using this cheap renewable electricity to either make hydrogen, either for heating, either for various applications, we can actually do industrial decarbonization on scale. So I'll just refer to 2 studies which our team has also done. One, for example, is on heat electrification. A lot of small, medium industries today use heat, which is used on the basis of gas. And we were discussing with Mr. Saurabh Kumar earlier. That is an area he's working on, how to help the small enterprises. So people who are using gas for heating purposes, the textile units, the automobile sector, pharma, ceramics, and so on and so forth, they can very easily replace that by electricity-based heat, which is also actually energy transition on a significant scale. The second is large industries like steel. Today they use coal, and the entire industry is based on fossil fuel. What our research has shown, that if we set up a new steel plant today, green hydrogen-based steel plant using the DRI technology is actually as competitive as a new blast furnace-based. So these are just examples. I mean, if you look at aluminum, if you look at cement, once the source of electricity, the source of energy is the cheapest, it opens multiple doorways. So I'll probably stop here, Ritu, and maybe come back later.
Thank you so much. I think one of the big elephants in the room has not been touched yet, and that's the finance part of it. So we know we need to do more. We know technologies are out there. We need to move faster. But we hear both kinds of stories in terms of there is enough finance, but we are not able to direct it to the right place, or there isn't enough finance. So one, your take on where does finance stand, and how can we leverage more of it to get the action going? And also if you can touch on the carbon markets and whether those would bring in a higher impetus to set the ball rolling.
Sure. I think any of the energy transition pathways or the low carbon pathways we talk about cannot be achieved unless there is investments on the table. So, and given that all these technologies are high capex, and some of it are still in nascent stage, which also means that there is higher risk element. And when the investors is looking at investment, they look at risk return profile. So that's where I think the distinction comes, where will the money come from, whether it's going to be a public capital or a private capital to begin with. So private capital are really wary initially in terms of investing in newer technologies, or in when we are talking about energy transition, there is also an element on ensuring that it's just and equitable. So there are social elements as well in terms of skilling or reskilling of employees who were earlier employed in technologies which were fossil fuel dominated. So I think that's where there is no dearth of capital, as Ritu was mentioning, but where does this money come from? How do we ensure in bankability of projects? So commercial capital will only come in when the technologies are at an advanced stage. So that's where the role of public capital will have to play in this energy transition trajectory. We have seen a very successful example. Specifically, I'll just say we were talking about storage quite a lot here. So the government gave the initial, through viability gap funding, 30% of the cost was borne by the government. And now we are at a stage we are seeing developers participating in auction even without any subsidy element. From 2022 to 2025, end of 2025, we saw a decline in storage prices by as high as 86%. It's global, but it's also kind of, the more the storage got deployed, there was a better, I would say, confidence from the investors on the technology. And we have seen those results. Now the recent bid, it's even without any government subsidy, we have about rupees 2.8 to 2.85 lakh per megawatt. And that has brought down the cost of, storage. So that's where the public capital really built in that additionality. And now the private commercial capital is ready to put in that money. Similarly, we have seen, was a lot of surge in terms of how do we build this energy transitions through bond capital. So there was a lot of discussion happening of labeling of these bonds as green bonds. But then in India, we didn't see that kind of premium attached. It was only, 2-3 paisa premium that was being attached, whereas globally we do see 7 to 8 paisa of premium compared to the normal bond issuances. So that didn't really help. So what government public capital really needs to do is to bring in for technologies which are still, especially in other sectors, apart from power where renewables are, as I said, private capital is ready to bring in as much capital required. But then for green hydrogen, energy storage, green ammonia, I think there is where the public capital will have to, or for sectors, players like MSME players who cannot bring in the required balance sheet financing. So there the credit loss guarantees or partial risk guarantees can really play a big role from the government side, and then we will see commercial capital coming in. So that's where the both public and private capital will play a big role. Now, Ritu, coming to your other question on how carbon markets can play in bridging some of this financing gap, because it's an additional source of revenue, we have seen Bureau of Energy Efficiency be coming out with the CCTS, Carbon Credit Trading Scheme, with a lot of consultations, workshops. I think India now has a very running CCTS market in India. But what we now need to start aligning, the benchmarks or the targets that are being set out for the initial 8 sectors are, I would say, a little less ambitious and does not align as much to the NDCs that has been set out. While those are long-term targets, but I think these sectors, these companies will have to start aligning their NDCs so that investors feel much more confident on what the long-term trajectory of these individual sectors and developers looks like. So that's where I think we really need to bring in more elements in terms of the design. Further, we have seen that if you look at the other carbon trading mechanisms, we need to ensure that there is less scarcity because the prices fluctuate. If not many people, developers find it incentivized enough to participate in these trading mechanism, I think we will see a lot of price fluctuations. How do we, though B is gonna come up, I think they were supposed to announce a few weeks back, but hopefully the price collars will be announced. But at the same time, what India also needs to have is maybe more price stability mechanisms, because otherwise there'll be a lot of volatility and we will not see that kind of interest from many players, because it has to be, price is a big signal that will really act as an incentive for many players. So there are more design mechanisms which can be brought in, but I think it will be a gradual process.
Thank you, Vibhuti. I think that's very important to also think about in terms of the design of the mechanism itself to ensure that we get going. Saurabh, back to you. I think, again, we are talking about AI, et cetera, coming in, and you talked about one of the challenges being the load curve itself and managing it. At the same time, Vibhuti just talked about that while we have the NDC, maybe this is not still as robust as it should be, and we can increase our ambition. Taking both, an increasing or a spiraling kind of growth that could happen, and in terms of our needing to maybe do the decarbonization a lot faster, what are some of the magic things that you can think about, or the essentials of what we need to do further to accelerate our decarbonization?
So, Rituji, a big picture, if India were to honor its 2070 commitment of net zero, the power sector has to decarbonize on or before 2050. Now, this is actually given, because this is the challenge that we are seeing currently is because a lot of renewables is not getting integrated into the grid. We have 80 gigawatts of thermal capacity being built. Now, presuming the last one of those new plants get built in 2035, it will be very difficult for those plants to close in 10, 12 years. So what can be done? I think the first thing, a discourse that I am yet to hear is, I'll just back up. We have heard a lot that how AI is going to increase the energy demand. Absolutely correct, no one is doubting that. But we are not hearing how AI is going to optimize energy consumption. Maybe if you start looking at it from the other side around, it becomes extremely, and then the pathways to reach there it might become much easier. I said flexibility and grid. How do you make a grid flexible? You can make it by digitizing the grid. And then even today, if you go to any discom, they use some 50, 60 different kind of softwares which throw out data which is actually taken in silos. What if we have an integrated platform, use of AI, and it makes sense and talks to each other? And when I was in GAP, we did this small little work in one discom in Rajasthan, Jaipur discom, where we digitized the entire discom. We had everything, and we integrated all these different softwares, whether it is the billing software or the outage management or the remote monitoring system, and we used AI. You will not believe the kind of benefits in terms of renewable integration, where to source your, put the storage. So what I would recommend in forums like this, the time for India to announce an AI for energy mission is absolutely critical. If you really want to have meaningful decarbonization of the power sector, you really need a lot of integration of renewables. You need real-time operations of the grid in an intelligent manner, which is, if you look at the amount of data that is available, it is impossible for human beings to really make sense of that data. So I think it's absolutely critical as an integral part of the RDSS, maybe 2.0 scheme, that some sort of a mission mode of AI for energy, which focuses on how AI can help streamline and optimize the sector, rather than worry about how the data centers are going to increase the load. I mean, you have to worry about that as well. But I think the primary focus should be how do we use AI and data, ML, to make sure that we are able to optimize the grid, get more renewables, make sure decentralized renewables are integrated properly, and therefore you'll see a much faster decarbonization that we are actually planning for.
Thank you so much. I think that's very important to stay on the optimistic side and look at what we can save by way of energy by doing things more intelligently, bringing technology to the rescue. Mohit, again, back to you. You also talked about, not everything is can be electrified, and there are hard-to-abate things as well. So again, on that, would you like to also speak about cleaner ways of sort of using nuclear or other kind of fuels as well, apart from electricity? And when we are looking at doing things on the ground and accelerating, where do you see the center-state kind of connects? Because there's a lot which needs to happen on the ground where state departments need to come in. So from the regulatory side, from the planning side, how do we connect what is required at the national level and how things get done at the state level in order to make things faster and connected between how people think and plan.
I think, Ritu, you hit the nail on the head when you talked about state and center. I think for people in the room, power is a concurrent subject. So it's actually governed both by the center and the state. And you're absolutely right. Whatever industry is set up, it happens in a state. So theoretically, the state gives the maximum number of approvals, whether it's for land, water, use of minerals, road, rail connectivity, and so on and so forth. So it's important that when we talk about kind of a convergence between center state, that is inevitable. Without that, nothing will happen. But having said that, we have also seen that there has been a very high level of competitive federalism, where, for example, if you look at the last few months, you suddenly find Andhra Pradesh actually bagging so many projects, whether it's AI from Google or Reliance or some more other people, Maharashtra also leading, and then some states also trying to follow that. So this is something which is important. The role of center, when we started, if I may use the energy transition with the adoption of renewables, was to conduct auctions at a sovereign level, which provided the guarantees and the support to the private developers to come into this sector in a large way. So whether it was SECI auctions or NTPC auctions, these all helped. And that is how we reached about 280 gigawatts of renewables today. But what we're also seeing now is that the role of center-led auctions has actually gone down significantly. And I believe there are a variety of reasons. One of the primary reasons being that now states are much more mature in terms of what they want to buy. Center did set out prescriptions that there should be an RPO, for example, and should try and achieve that. But states are also now cognizant of the fact that what we need is probably more important to have the investment in the state rather than have an RE plant set up in Rajasthan and then you pay not only for that but for transmission, pay for the losses. So many states have actually now transitioned to getting people to invest in the state. So we are looking at Orissa, for example. They are inviting and they've rolled out policy for green hydrogen and RE. UP also, they've done a very good policy. So they're all saying, set up in our state, invest in our state. We'll enable you through all these approvals, faster approvals, incentives through lower transmission costs and so on and so forth. So the role of state has become much more important. States realize this. And more importantly, I think we go back to the DISCOM issue. DISCOMs were earlier following what the center dictated. Now they know that, okay, so this is the money I have, this is the budget I have, and this is how I need to go forward. And they are willing to step up and say, I mean, only today I saw in the papers that Maharashtra DISCOM is actually going for an IPO. So whoever thought that a state government entity, a DISCOM at that, would actually look at an IPO, but they are probably in that state of health that they feel that they'll be able to pull it off. So this is how I see, and our sense is that now more and more investment will happen at the state level. The other larger piece which actually pushing that is the finishing of the interstate transmission waiver, which is why it probably doesn't make sense for the states to look at Rajasthan or Gujarat only for the supply of power. You talked about other alternatives. I completely agree. Nuclear has a very important role to play, and which is why we see India in general pushing for nuclear, because the idea is simple. We are looking at zero carbon sources of supply, and nuclear fits that bill. I mean, we can always have a debate on how safe and all. If you talk to the nuclear lobby, they will say we are the safest source. I mean, in terms of the accidents and the overall globally, they probably have the best record because they are the most safe. But when that accident happened, it was really a disaster. So the fact is, going forward, and if you're looking at 2070, it is inevitable that renewables and nuclear will be the key pillars, which will help us reach that level. I mean, for example, you look at NTPC, which is where I come from. When I was there, we started transitioning towards renewable, and today NTPC has probably, I think, the second largest renewables portfolio in the country. Of course, they are by far the largest power generating company in the country, but they also have a significantly large renewable portfolio. Now you see the next step is that they have moved very, very strongly into the nuclear space. And they are probably, in a way, creating a setup which is almost parallel to what nuclear power corporation has, and government is helping that. So I think nuclear will play a very important role. In general, the trend towards zero carbon is what will push India, and because this also in a way very clearly establishes energy security. So renewables is a very clear piece which helps energy security, which helps Atmanirbharta, which helps Viksit Bharat, and nuclear also does the same.
Thank you so much. And coming to you last but not the least, again, Vibhuti, we've touched on energy transition from, I think, the demand side, the supply side, the hard to abate, the electricity, the other fuels. I think what gets left is, again, a little bit of the socio-economic dimensions that energy transition gets associated with. Where do we see people in all of this in terms of the just transition aspect, in terms of looking at the affordability, and in terms of being able to manage the fiscal issues when we look at the economy as a whole? So a little bit on that from you.
People will be at the center of energy transition. So I think while we can, on one hand, keep talking about the technology side of energy transition, but then there has to be people-centric policies. We have to ensure that they have jobs, their livelihood is not compromised, and they do have the skills necessary for when we are building up newer technologies. So just citing one of the work from IFA, which we are doing with Jharkhand as part of the Just Transition Task Force, we did estimate, what the economic diversification would look like in the state of Jharkhand, what it would cost. I think that's where, again, from the financing bit, it becomes very, very important that we can keep talking about opportunities, but how do we bring in the required investments for the just transition? So for Jharkhand, from 2026 to 2070, to achieve the net zero goals, it would require about $256 billion of investments. And definitely government or the public capital alone cannot meet that gap. So I think one of the low-hanging fruits with which we are working with the states is just like identification to begin with in terms of green budgeting, where government budget can really play an initial role in terms of how much it's allocating for the green activities. So that's the lowest hanging fruit. But then how do we bring in more and more private capital to support these activities? So definitely, we have seen the state also has the DMF fund, which is underutilized, and that's where, more people, and that aligns with the use of DMF fund. So how do we use that funds? And that, I think that's more than 17,000 crores, which from the DMF fund can be used for skilling, reskilling activities. And then, as per, again, the modeling that we did, the state can really earn the GST on the energy, the low carbon activities would outspace the government reliance on revenues from fossil fuel from 2047 onwards, and they will be surplus to the extent of 6.7 lakh crores. So I think there are a lot of opportunities for the state, incentive for the state to transition, because building these low energy transition activities would also means more revenues in terms of the state taxes or the allocation from the government. And that's some of those funds can be allocated, especially for the community building or livelihood opportunities there. So yeah.
Wonderful. So with that, I think our time is already up, and I would like to thank all the three panelists for a very power-packed and interesting panel discussion. So over, back to you.
Thank you so much. I think they deserve a louder round of applause. I'll request all of you to kindly stay on stage with us for just about another minute. I'd also like to take this opportunity to now invite on stage. In the meantime, can I request all of you to come together for a group picture, please? I'd also request Mr. Rajiv Deshpande, Consulting Editor at Large Open Media Network, to kindly join us on stage to offer a small token of appreciation to our delegates on stage, please. Yes, please. So, could we request you also to join us for a picture, please? Thank you so much. Thank you to all our panelists and moderator once again. Thank you so much. I think we can do a lot better. Let's all come together and give them a louder round of applause. I think that has in a way set not just the tone and context for the rest of the summit, but open avenues and conversations to follow as well. We'd like to build on that momentum as we now move forward to our next conversation, which is also very aptly titled. It's going to talk about building India's low carbon future, infrastructure, mobility, and new energy. Our next session, we'd like to ponder on what will India in 2047 look like. It is in fact still being built today, making the choices around infrastructure, mobility, and energy particularly consequential. This session, ladies and gentlemen, will in fact bring together perspectives that will span large-scale infrastructure, corporate sustainability, environmental research, and the emerging biofuels ecosystem to really examine and ponder on one question, that is, what a genuinely low-carbon development pathway could really look like. The conversation also, ladies and gentlemen, will move beyond ambition to the more practical questions of technology, questions of investment, implementation, and also scale that will also determine how quickly India can really make this transition. So a lot to unpack and a lot to uncover. Keeping that momentum with a huge round of applause, join me in welcoming our panelists. Santosh Kumar, CSO at L&T. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause. Amit Kumar Thakur, Associate Director and Head CSR at Terry, is joining us on the panel. Let's also welcome him with a huge round of applause. And Joshua Wycliffe, Director, Global Biofuels Alliance, is also joining us on the panel. Let's welcome him also with a huge round of applause. This session, in fact, is moderated by Ullek NP, Executive Editor, Open Media Network. Let's welcome our moderator as well. Good to have all of you with us. I'm going to hand it over to our moderator now.
Ladies and gentlemen, here we are going to discuss broadly about sustainability. And sustainability used to be a niche concern for a long time. As we all know, it has come to the center stage and it has become a top priority for both the government and the private sector. And there seems to be a lot of expectations on it now, and then alongside there are a lot of questions. So we'll try to explore some of it and more in this discussion. So my first question to you, Mr. Santosh Kumar, is, sustainability is about prioritizing or placing a balance between economic development and also economic responsibility. From your experience, in L&T, what is the biggest challenge in achieving that balance? Not in achieving that balance from a point of view of small-term projects, but at scale.
Yeah, good evening everyone, and thanks for having me here. So it's not a simple answer. I believe sustainability initially started as compliance and then moved to reporting or business responsibility. And then basically driven by regulation, organizations or companies started disclosing the data to a limited extent to wherever it was required. But the way I see it, the sustainability is now becoming a business imperative. Why I say this is, being an infrastructure company, it's very important to design what we build. And by designing, what I mean is that whatever infrastructure we create will be there for next 3, 4, 5 decades or even more. So at the design stage itself, the impact that that infrastructure will create in the entire lifetime is decided. So that's where sustainability plays a very important role. We should be very conscious of the material that we plan to use, the resources that we actually use in those infrastructure, because the greenest resource is the resource which is never consumed. And once we design for sustainability and then moves, how do we build for resilience? So it's not only about the resilience during the defect liability period, but much beyond that, whether we can build that infrastructure for climate resilience. And then what is happening is there is a lot of pressure from the market also. We have investors now which are looking at our disclosures. We have even now customers who are demanding transparency and disclosure of our carbon footprint. There is an opportunity of raising a lot of capital, green capital, which is again driving us. And these days, the new talent that we are getting also want to work more for responsible companies. So it's all of them which is driving sustainability, and what at L&T we are trying to do is not driving sustainability through a separate department or only a functional aspect, but trying to integrate it into whatever we do as business processes. So if we have a target on carbon neutrality by 2040 or water neutrality by 2035, it is integrated into whatever we do at more than 700 project sites across the world. So these targets are responsibilities of the project director or the line functions into whatever decisions they take. Similarly, on the social side, the human rights aspect that we have built into our processes is again the responsibility of the line function. So that makes my life easier as a chief sustainability officer, but that is how sustainability is moving at L&T.
So I have a related question to this because you talked about companies that do well, green companies. So do you at a personal level as an ESG enthusiast, do you encourage or do you practice green investing? Do you invest more in green stocks?
Yes, I do. And at the business level, what we believe is sustainability is a business for us. As of now, what we call a green business, that is clean energy, clean mobility, sustainable transport, water and wastewater treatment systems, energy efficiency systems, they contribute to more than 51% of our revenue. So that is how we have transitioned from hard to abate sector, a construction sector, to something that is offering green business solution to the customers.
I'll come back to you. And now, Mr. Amit Kumar Thakur, I want to ask you a question about CSR, and it's specifically about designing CSR, because CSR has expanded far beyond the scope of philanthropy alone. So in that sense, companies are always under some kind of an attack and also pressure for focusing on short-term projects, So how do you properly design long-term, sustainable projects? Is there some kind of a major policy shift that companies have to make on this front?
So thank you very much, and I'll go to Santosh. What he mentioned, that the kind of reporting frameworks which have come to in Indian context, the BRSR reporting, which is now mandatory for 1,000 companies, and at the top of it is the reasonable assurance, so which are on 9 parameters. So just coming before to this meeting, we just finalized a reasonable assurance for one of the PSUs, which will go to the draft to be placed to the BOD. So that kind of expectation is there from the stakeholders, and it is very much driven by SEBI. And your investors are not just limited to Indian context, they are outside India. Most of the investors, in certain cases 90% are outside India. So they would like to see what kind of reporting you are doing in the environment, social and governance aspect, and what kind of actions you are taking. And that will need investment. That will need investment on the environment category, social category, and in the governance part. So that's one part what I'm saying, that a kind of compliances have gone beyond compliances, and you have to make it flow both sides, from the top to down and down to top. Then only, efficiency can be achieved. Now shifting to the CSR part, CSR is now very much institutionalized in the framework of Indian corporate DNA. And why I'm saying this? Because in the last 10 years, the law was passed in 2014. There are a lot of skeptics around it. Corporates were saying we are being taxed. We are already paying so much of tax, and still there is so much of taxation on us. NGO sector, in fact, had the capacity but didn't know how to use that capacity. Government brought it with a purpose that it should be very much structured, it should be project driven, it should have timelines, and a 2% formula on the profit was established. What we see the results over the span of 10 years, the skepticism which was there now has converted into optimism. And the optimism is that the last financial year, in 2014, the expenditure was 8,000 CR, and it's a pan-India program. You have 14 thematic themes, from environment, sustainability, rural development, education, and over a span of time, it has been linked with the sustainable development goals and towards sustainability. And now people are looking at the ESG aspects. So that's the kind of transition and transformation has happened in CSR. And that's just not limited, that CSR is just not a tool, it's reaching to the communities, it's reaching across the country, it's reaching to the most vulnerable segment, there are technologies around it, and there is a time frame to implement it. So if you see the last year figure, from 8,000 in 2014, over a span of 12 years, the expenditure has reached to 40,000 crore. And that's a huge amount. If you talk about the kind of shift in terms of funding and expenditure what has happened. And this has been spent across the country. Those few states have got more funding because of multiple reasons in terms of close proximity to the industries, their better policies. But one thing which is very much evident through this expenditure, the Indian economy, the GDP is doing well. That could be one of the reflection. More companies are coming into the ambit of profit. More companies are in that ambit of law, and the profits are also increasing. So these are some of the immediate, indicators which are reflecting that, this whole story of CSR reaching out to communities in a more structured manner, and also the kind of technologies which have come up. So therefore, it is expected that, it should not be an annual, a kind of CSR. It should be a long term. There is a provision for 3+1 year. And what it brings in, it brings a lot of sustainability in terms of reaching out to the communities, more visibility, impact, and the outcomes are better measured. So that's one. Second, on the topic which is placed today, the most important aspect is that, low carbon pathways, technology around it. But there are certain figures which are before us through international agencies and through national agencies. It very categorically says that the kind of heat stress is majorly in two sectors, and that leads to lot of wastage in labor hours. For example, India lost, in fact, 419 hours per person in 2024, and two major sectors were very eminent or very prominent around it. One is the agriculture sector, and second is are the laborers who are in the construction of buildings or developing infrastructure. What happens that they are vulnerable to heat stress, and due to which they are impacted by the climate, the change in climate. But change in climate is just not an environmental issue. It also has a larger impact on the growth trajectory, in the economic development, and also in the social part. So when we talk about environment or climate change, it's just not limited to impact on the environment. It has larger impact on the economic development as well as on the social part. Because a person who has no, a coverage of insurance or health coverage like the formal sector, informal sector is badly hit. So therefore, what I'd like to place very strongly is that low transition path is happening strongly. Renewables are taking center stage, but there has to be long-term approach towards it.
So you talked about the social part. So certainly a question occurs to me that, we are all talking about sustainable growth and what kind of role can businesses play in making sustainable growth also an inclusive growth, because there are a lot of people who are left out, like you said, construction workers who have to suffer heat stress and things like that. There are a lot of other people who are marginalized. So how do we make that happen, make sustainable growth also inclusive?
So there are two strong aspects that you have reflected. In fact, there has to be long-term strategy around the business planning. Now, three things are very imperative around it. First, we need to see that what kind of framework is in place, the compliance have to be met, that's there. But if you talk about nowadays in terms of the kind of ESG framework which has come into place, that very much gives you an opportunity to plan in a manner that is low carbon path. You take care of your investment. You also invest in a manner that you are reaching to your net zero goals, and also you take care of the communities. Now, in the governance part, largely it's a board level function. But when it comes to your environment part, there are four important parameters around it. There is clean energy, renewable energy investment, there is water stewardship, there is waste management, and also there is little bit embodied carbon. So you should, so one should understand these aspects very strongly. Based on that, the planning has to engage the employees, and there has to be long-term valuation of what kind of impact it's going to create on the communities. That's how, business can be more sustainable, and business can create more value for the country.
Mr. Joshua Wycliffe, you are an expert on a subject that most people don't know much about. It's a newly emerging subject. It's biofuels. It's a relatively new subject. So, my question is, it's definitely it's part of the, it's a key part of the clean energy transition. So, how do you, the problems that people often talk, when they talk about biofuels, what they highlight is it's not easily scalable. So especially in developing countries like India. So how can we make it scalable and also sustainable?
Sure, thank you. Actually, in answering your question, I'd rather start from saying, I'd look at biofuels as a mosaic strategy. So, no, closer, okay. A few months ago, a journalist asked me, how would biofuel compete with solar or wind? And I had to tell him that biofuel is not in the business of competing. In fact, for that matter, no two fuels or no two energy sources should compete with each other. So biofuel is on its own. And yes, you're right that it appears that scaling up biofuels is a challenge, but in actual it is not. Both my fellow panelists spoke about ESG frameworks. So ESG frameworks, gone are the days when ESG is just seen as an obligation alone. Today, it's beyond ESG. It's about a nation's engine for energy sovereignty. So when you look at it from energy sovereignty's perspective, the scaling up becomes mandatory. And let me tell you how to unpack this. So when you have something as native as bioenergy, your country doesn't have to depend on Hormuz or geopolitical issues in terms of importing. You have a native source through your municipal waste. You have native source through your agricultural residues. You've got multiple sources that are native and decentralized. So scaling up is actually not a challenge, provided the approach taken is towards a nation's energy security. And also not just seen as an ESG, but as an economic balance. You spoke about economic balance and sustainability. I've always professed and believed that energy security, or for that matter, sustainability and economics are not mutually exclusive. They go hand in hand. You make money. There is economics involved in it. So one of the key things to upscale, I'll finish in a minute, is making sure that there is policy mandate that a country comes. I was speaking to a small island development state, the prime minister of a country, a few months ago. And he was looking at India and the E20, the ethanol 20 that we have. And he's saying we do not even have E5 to start with, a blending mandate of 5. And I looked at him and I said, what is it? He says, we don't have the capital to scale it up. And I said, what's your fuel import bill? I mean, their transport emits 30% of their emission. Being a small island state, that's a huge amount. 30% of their emissions is from transport sector. So I said, what is it that gives you, that feeling that you're not able to scale up? And the response he had was the money, the outlay. I said, no, actually that's where most of us, including politicians, make a mistake. The issue there is, what kind of policy mandates do you have that can drive up your investments? He says, can India provide us technical assistance? I said, of course, India can. But no technical assistance or no technology is going to come to your shores unless they're guaranteed with an uptake of what you produce. And how you could make sure that there is uptake we produce is ensuring there is a legislation or a policy mandate that can let you scale up and the consumer buy it. So I said, let's start with a blending mandate of 5 or 10% ethanol. And then let's see where it goes. And you wouldn't believe me, within 6 weeks of passing the legislation and enacting it, they landed up with an investment of $378 million from a Japanese investor. So that's the power of scaling up, but then it's boosted by policy mandate and de-risking. The policy should de-risk. So that's my answer. Policy is important. That's where your money is.
So can you enlighten us about, going ahead, what are the economic opportunities that biofuels will provide for countries like India?
There are several. Like I said, again, I go back to the claim I made, the comment I made in terms of fuels competing each other. They never compete. If you talk about, the recent narratives that are going on in the market about ethanol, when something's doing good or when the prospects look good, there are always the other side of the narrative that goes in the market. Food versus fuel, and then the recent narrative that goes about engine corrosions and stuff like that that's going on in the market. See, the thing is, biofuels will not compete with any other source of energy because biofuel recognizes the need for other fuels as well. You're talking about e-mobility, electric mobility. Of course, city driving, urban driving, of course, is geared up towards that. Then you look at, regional driving or transport. Yes, of course, biofuel does play a role in that. Hydrogen plays a role in terms of hard to abate. And with airlines left, right, and center announcing that they're going to have sustainable aviation fuel, then with that in place, if you don't have enough production or manufacturing facilities where you're able to feed in to the demand that airlines are going to have over the next few years, including India. India has a 1% mandate that it has announced, which means, let's say, just imagining in lay terms, for every 100 liters, 1 liter of your fuel inside would be a sustainable aviation fuel, into the aviation fuel that you put dump into your aircrafts. Do we have that kind of production facilities? No, we don't. But you see, that's where it goes. If we have the policy mandate, then the production facilities, investments grow. And as investments grow, the businesses grow as well. So coming back to what I was saying, hard to abate sectors, it's biofuels. And of course, you have electrical vehicles, then you have hydrogen. So they all work together as a mosaic strategy. And just going to see the infrastructure for electric mobility needs to have a lot more infrastructure development that needs to go, whereas like I said, biofuel is decentralized and it can go, it is native, and it's a lot easier to set up and feed the need that we have today.
Is there something about biofuels my question did not cover that you want to highlight?
Sorry?
Is there something about biofuels that my questions did not cover but you want to highlight?
I think what I would say is not just for biofuel, for any source of energy, agility in your infrastructure is very important. Today, if we talk about infrastructure, people say, talk about windmills, the solar panels, and the concrete and all those construction. But I think you need to take a holistic approach when it comes to infrastructure. To that extent, it drills down to even manpower. Manpower, your supply chains, all of this, your planning would feed into the agility of a long term. So 30 years from now, I heard another speaker from the previous panel talk about 2070. So if you're going to have a long-term view of how agile your infrastructure would remain, then all of these come into play. So I think it's not just biofuel, any form of energy would require a long-term view of your infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Joshua. Now I'll come to Mr. Santosh Kumar. You know, you said sustainability is a business strategy. You said that rightly. So, you know, how can you distinguish between meaningful impact, meaningful climate action, and what people often call as, you know, greenwashing? You know, now World Cup, FIFA World Cup just got over. People are talking about sports washing. And what about greenwashing? How do you distinguish it from real action?
I believe it has got a lot to do with the kind of MRV protocol that the businesses build. So what kind of robust data measurement system you have, what kind of reporting or disclosure you have, and what kind of assurance or verification of your disclosures you practice. So these greenwashing is a huge risk like corporates like L&T carry. So any statement going out in public domain has to go through a well-structured MRV protocol. So I believe that is what the organizations need to invest in. We have invested a lot. We have a completely digital platform having traceability up to primary evidence. And any claim or any disclosure we do is assured. So I believe that's the way to go. Otherwise, it's a huge risk that corporates carry in terms of their brand image. And it's a very risky kind of thing.
Yeah, I want to ask you one last question, Mr. Thakur. It's about, you know, how viable is, you know, even the last session there was this question asked, and, you know, from a CSR perspective, from also a perspective, industry perspective, what you guys think of nuclear energy as green energy? How it's green, but how safe?
If you look at the statistics, they are in favor of nuclear energy. In the history of nuclear energy, whatever number of accidents it has in terms of number of operating hours, it is safer than any other source of energy during construction and during operation. But yes, if one incident happens, it's a disaster. So, and then there is a lot of perception and public opposition against it. But I believe things are improving. Like I'll tell you, all the nuclear plants in India, whatever you see, L&T has been a partner in building them. The latest one, which we are building, is at Kudankulam. So there was a lot of local resistance by the public when first unit was being constructed. It improved during the second unit. And the third unit is going to be commissioned. It is much less. There is a large section of society which is actually welcoming the benefits that Nuclear Power Corporation is offering to them. And I believe fourth unit will be commissioned next year, but next year it will all be over.
So quickly, I'll say, in fact, there are many targets which are, moving around us. We have the BRSR target, CSR target, transition target, SDG goals, but there is some transition happening all the time. We are doing extremely well in terms of the renewable targets that we are having, but not only installations will help, but a long-term, goal has to be designed, which should address, in fact, the mobility sector. But at the end, the people-centric transition should be taken care of at a household level. So that's the kind of imperative is required to make, in fact, a Viksit Bharat 2047 that we aspire for, and we are all the way in that transition to achieve it.
Thank you, gentlemen, for your very insightful comments. Thank you for your time. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much indeed. Let's give them a huge round of applause. I'll request all of you to kindly join us for a group picture, and post that I'll request Oleg to, in fact, offer a small token of appreciation to all our panelists as well. But in the meantime, if we can get you together for a group picture, please. Can you please offer a small token of appreciation? If you could hand it over to our guest, please. Thank you. Thank you so much. Please do join us. Ladies and gentlemen, I really hope you're enjoying our conversations that have a direct impact on the lives of me and you. And the next conversation will have a much deeper impact, I'm very, very sure, because this is a conversation that we have almost every day. Our next panel is going to be about, can India breathe better? A question that we ask almost every day. Our next session, ladies and gentlemen, will in fact discuss air pollution, because as you know that air pollution sits at this intersection of environment, public health, urbanization, and economic development. And today the need is to have a conversation that doesn't treat it as a seasonal concern, but something that puts the focus on what the country has learned so far, and more importantly, where the interventions continue to fall short. And also a quick check of what a more coordinated approach to clean air could really achieve. That's something that we'll try and unpack in our next panel. With a huge round of applause, join me in welcoming our stellar panel. Join me in welcoming Ms. Anumita Roy Chaudhary, Executive Director, CSC, New Delhi. Let's welcome her on the panel. Dr. Anant Mohan, Head of Pulmonary AIIMS, New Delhi, is joining us on the panel. Sir, good to have you with us. Sumaira Abdulali, environmentalist, is joining us on the panel. Kavita Vich, Director, Programmatic Advancement, Energy Policy Institute at the University of Chicago, EPIC India, is also joining us on the panel. And with a huge round of applause, let's also welcome our moderator, Rajiv Deshpande, Consulting Editor at Large, Open Media Network. Let's have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as we welcome them. Thank you for taking our time and joining us. And I'm going to hand it over to our moderator now.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to a discussion on something that we often take for granted, but is very closely related to our daily lives. Can India breathe better? The question is, I'm afraid it's not rhetorical. To discuss the implications of bad air and what it would take to improve matters, we have a very well-informed and distinguished panel. Our panel has one more member than the previous panel, so hopefully we'll get a little more time on with our discussions. Okay, Anumita, I'd start with you, and also as someone who media often approaches for views on what's happening on air pollution, often specifically with regard to Delhi. And I would like to take up the question of Delhi, not just because we are here, because in some ways, Delhi's air pollution is, one of those wicked problems, which is so dependent on so many factors. And in a few months now, when the monsoon is over, we are going to have this discussion, and you will keep hearing so many different aspects of it. Sometimes you really wonder that which is the policy direction, where are we going, and have we, do we have a good grip on understanding the issue? There's the issue of stubble burning, there's the issue of construction, there's the issue of road dust, there's the issue of vehicular pollution, so on and so forth. So maybe I can start with by asking you, a provocative question that, do you think things will be different this year, in this winter?
Very well put and spot on. Because in Delhi now, conversation around air pollution has become so seasonal. Therefore, we are always looking at the winter months, those few difficult months. And every year when it happens and air pollution becomes so visible, dark, only then the noise kind of reaches the crescendo, right? But what it is doing is, now the question that you're asking, that this winter, is it going to be as bad, worse? Okay, we do not know yet. But what this conversation does is, it kind of masks the real issues. Because winter, we know, is going to get bad. And it's going to get bad not because suddenly during winter pollution emissions increase. It happens because the pollution gets trapped because of the atmospheric conditions, right? Now, if the levels are already very high in the city, then if the atmosphere is adverse, you will see this massive spiral happening, okay? But the question is that whether it's going to be worse or good will depend not on what you do for those few days during winter, which now so infamously known as GRAP measures in the emergency action.
I'm going to come to that.
Okay, but it is what you do round the year. Now, what we have seen on a long-term basis, the annual level in Delhi, which shows the round-the-year pollution, it is actually not increasing, but it is stable and it has kind of declined as well. But even then, the levels during winter go up so high because even after the decline over the years, the levels are still so high that when it gets trapped, it spirals. But you need to keep in mind that even after nearly 40% decline over a period of 8 to 9 years, which is a good story to tell, we still need another 60% reduction to meet the benchmark for clean air. So that actually explains why winter is still bad, because round-the-year pollution is still very high despite the decline and few winds in Delhi.
If I can just ask you a quick follow-up to that. Do we have a scientific basis to have a correct understanding of what is the sort of source apportioning for pollution? Again, I'm speaking of Delhi just to make the discussion more specific, because if I was trying to look this up before we came here, and there is an IIT Kanpur study, which is perhaps a little more than 10 years now. And after that, I've been looking. But we perhaps don't have a.
Yes. So we do have about 2 studies, a max 3, and few limited scope, but they are dated. So the last comprehensive study of both source apportionment and inventory were done in 2018. And the new one is going on right now. Okay, so therefore our knowledge right now is frozen in what we know from the study in 2018. But that is indicative. That is giving us a sense of where the pollution is coming from. And clearly what it's saying that the vehicles, your industry, construction, waste burning, and then the households that you still use solid fuels to cook in many poor households. And then there is a road dust, and anything you burn in the city is contributing to the overall air pollution. But you should know, at exactly the question that puzzles many people, that is the reason why Supreme Court this year had asked the CAQM authority to do an analysis of all available studies and to say very clearly what are the key sources, what is at the top. Okay, so that's what they did. And in January this year, when they came up with that, the results of reviewing all the study, it's showing that the vehicles are at the top of the pollution, and then the waste burning and construction and so forth. But what you need to keep in mind that it is not just Delhi's own pollution sources that create the problem. There is something called transboundary movement of pollution, right? Because pollution does not follow political boundary. It blows with the wind. And therefore, when Delhi is polluted during winter, it is just not Delhi, the city. It is the entire Indo-Gangetic plain. Now, if such a huge region is trapped under that blanket of pollution, then any city cannot remain a green island. So that's why what we need to keep in mind that these are the sources, and if we have to control, we need to control these sources just not in Delhi, but across the region. And the third, I'll just very quickly say the another dimension of the pollution that a lot of people don't understand. We only talk about these tiny particles coming out of different sources. But now they are saying that the gases that come out of different sources, like vehicles, industry, power plants, once they're out in the air, they again react with each other to create those particles. Now, these secondary particles, so there are primary, there are secondary, it's an amazing chemistry that is going on. Therefore, no simple solution is going to work. And that's the message.
No, I'll come back to you to follow up on a few of those points. Professor Mohan, this is the interesting part that, as Anumita told us, and it's true that, maybe on the whole, Delhi has had a few more better air days on an average. Annually, they're increasing. So we have more good air days. We have a few more sort of, near perfect days. But as you have said previously also that, there's a constant risk to human life. Because even for people who might spend a lot of their time indoors or in offices, you can't be a hermit. I mean, you're going to be at some point of time exposed to this pollution. Yet at the same time, sometimes this threat doesn't seem immediate to us. Because, it might be ongoing. But if you can just explain, this may not seem as immediate as, let us say, a crossing the road or something like that. But it's very pervasive.
Yeah, exactly. So, like you correctly said, we might have had some good days more than previous, but air quality and its health effects are an ongoing process. So, it is a continuous process. And like you said, and we have also emphasized that just by staying indoors, or there was a big question about air purifiers and all. So air purifiers, of course, we can talk about it at length later, but we cannot be indoors on air purifiers all the time. And also, so whether the exposure is say 1 hour or 10 hours, it is there and it is going to impact in some way or the other. Hence, it is the quantum as well as the duration of the poor air that we inhale that affects us. And now there is substantial evidence. I don't think there is any need of more evidence about the bad effects of poor air quality on health. We have ample evidence on almost every organ of the body. Indirectly or directly, they are affected. Of course, the thing that we see most immediate are, for example, the eyes, the skin, the itching, the burning of the eyes, the running nose, the sudden sneezing, the upper respiratory infections that happen, and the lung problems because we are in direct contact. So these are the things which happen faster. But over a period of time, there are many more effects that happen on other organs. including cardiovascular, including strokes, including brain, including dementia, forgetfulness. So a lot of health effects are known and they occur slowly. That is why it is so difficult to actually establish the cause and effect relationship between any disease and pollution. So everybody says, how do you prove it? How do you prove that air pollution causes a disease? It is difficult to prove because there are so many factors in the environment and the world which can cause, for example, a heart disease. How can we prove that it is because of poor air quality alone? But it contributes. So all this now has been established by various studies.
So we had these, sometimes, have these discussions because some studies occasionally make news that, India lost X number of lives, or India's sort of the average life expectancy came down by such and such. Therein lies this problem, and how do you, make this empirical sort of connection? Yes. But at the same time, as we were just discussing, that now this air blanket, this problem, is all over. Much of North India suffers from it certainly, and sometimes when you look at the air pollution index, and you look at you see them smaller, lesser known tier 2 cities having terrible sort of, pollution numbers. And you wonder that this is not an industrial place, this is not a place where, what explains this pollution? So do we have any thoughts about how are we going to track the incidence of illness and disease, both in the shorter and the longer term? Do we have any sort of ideas on that?
So tracking an illness depends entirely upon our health information systems. That reporting diseases, keeping a record of medical diseases, and in Western countries, these are all linked to their social, that person's identity. That everybody has a social security number, like we have Aadhaar numbers. Their entire profile is there. And all illnesses, wherever they may go, all their medical history, etc. is fed into that system. So that is their way of recording all health problems. Here we don't have that, unfortunately. Here we rely on our local, local resources, whatever we have. So we are getting there, but so far I don't think we will be able to have a total complete health profiling of our people so far, and then to link it to air quality will be even more difficult. So, and I agree with you now that this is not limited to only metropolitans and cosmopolitans. The second tier cities actually probably might be worse off because we are not focusing on them. The entire focus is on the main cities, but if you look at many second tier cities, because of various reasons, they are pretty bad. And the reasons, again, multifactorial, dust and all these things. It may not be vehicles there, reason may be something else, but it is there. So we have to focus, nationally now.
Yeah, I'll come back to you, more specifically in the kind of, poisons that we can inhale, and what kind of, if we explain some of the, even though it may seem a little complex, but a little bit of the biochemistry involved in that. I'll come back to you on that. Sumaira, a good part of your work concerned some equally constant aspect of urban life. That's noise pollution. Sometimes in the hierarchy of pollution evils, we don't think of noise so often. Yet, it is, I think, a very disruptive factor. It seems to have very clear sort of impacts on not just on physical well-being, even in terms of our mental health. Can you tell us a little bit about what we know and how this is playing out in our sort of in a country which is now urbanizing quite fast?
Yeah, noise pollution is often forgotten in the discourse on national health and on environment, but actually noise pollution forms a part of air pollution under the Environment Protection Act. And as you say, it is equally disruptive and in fact overlaps also in terms of health in some ways, like hearing loss and ability to concentrate, and ultimately even in the international discourse, it has now been proven that it also affects your lifespan, and that every single living organism is impacted by noise pollution, down to the caterpillar whose heartbeat increases with noise. So it should be an equally important discussion. But I think one of the reasons it is not is that internationally, again, it's still catching up as a subject. And India is one of the countries which leads the world in noise pollution. If you look at the UN charts, you will find that this area where we believe Indians love noise, where Indians kind of think that noise is a part of their identity in a way, because we are so expressive, we have to have noise for everything, is a reason why noise pollution has not been discussed as much internationally. And unfortunately or fortunately, many of the discussions that we have here, even on air pollution, were initially and to some extent even now based on international studies. Because the local studies, as Doctor just said, do not track health in the same way that internationally it does. So I think we have to wait. It's the reverse system of getting attention to this issue. It's not coming from them to us, it's coming from us to them, which might be a slightly longer process, and then it will come back to us.
In your sort of experience and in whatever interaction that you've had with policymakers, administrators, do you see this coming into the planning process? Is there any sort of indication that governments, whether at the state level or whether at the municipal level or any other level, are beginning to even think about this?
Absolutely, yes. And when I started work, which was in 2002, everybody used to laugh, you know, noise pollution. At least you're asking me this question today, right? But it's taken more than 25 years to come to this point where this question is even asked, and where there have been various orders of the courts. And at least in Mumbai, enough people have reacted that it's become a pretty political issue. Now, it's a different matter that it has become political, but political perhaps not in the way that we expected, because there have been a lot of political reasons why there has been pushback against implementing noise rules. You know, I believed when I took this issue up that loudspeakers would be the easiest to control.
Yeah.
But I realized that they are not, because although you can switch off a loudspeaker just by flipping a switch, there are very good reasons why that doesn't happen. And then I realized that the same thing translates to firecrackers, which again now is under huge discussion. Having said that, at least it's being discussed, and our younger people, our children, they all realize that firecrackers are really bad for you, both in terms of noise and air pollution, at least partly because of the awareness, and governments are aware of it. Now, I think so far as awareness goes, we have succeeded in noise pollution. Everybody knows now that noise is bad for health, and they know how to measure decibel levels. They know how to download decibel meters on their phone, the free ones. When I first started measuring, nobody knew what a decibel was. Today, they see the decibel meter in my hand in Mumbai, and people switch off their loudspeakers, at least for the 5 minutes that I'm present on site. The police all have decibel meters. They are trained. They know how to use them. What they do with that data is a different matter. And
Well,
I think
it's a
that's
start.
the next step.
It's a start.
Yeah.
So start, and maybe when if communities start framing some of their own rules, just the way in which colonies and housing societies do, maybe there would be, you know, a greater awareness on this. Kavita, I'm just following the Q&A, just like the previous panelists, and maybe we are all creatures of habits, and maybe some of these habits need to change. Kavita, you work in strategic partnerships, fundraising, cross-sector collaboration. Now, this is vital, because air pollution or pollution as a whole cannot be considered or combated by one agency or government. So, both in terms of the resources, expertise, and action. So you need these kind of cross-sectional sort of work. Can you tell us a little bit about how that is progressing in your experience?
Sure. So at the University of Chicago Trust in India,
just speak into the mic.
We do a lot of implementation work, right? There's enough data out there. We have a data that says 3.5 years of life is cut down due to air pollution for every Indian out here. At an average globally, it is for 2 years. In India, it is 3.5 years. And North India is the worst in air pollution. So what are we doing about it? How do we work with these IGP states? So we built partnerships with pollution control boards. We work with industries. We teach them what kind of fuels to be used, because we create these emission markets, right? We do a cap and trade of the emissions and the credits that we provide to them. So that just incentivizes these industries to emit less, because that incentivizes that they don't have to pay the violation, they don't have to, their industries don't need to shut down, and business is there. So I would say while the economic growth continues to happen, we pollute less, we emit less. Right, so this is one of the interventions that we bring in for India particularly. We've started our first market in Surat, and we started working there since 2014. We've just launched a SOX market in Maharashtra, which means that more than 100 industries right now in phase 1 are connected to the exchange, where they will trade these credits for emissions. So the Pollution Control Board sets a cap for the industries, and they abide by it. So I just want to make one more point here, that each of the industries, all of us have to contribute in some or the other way, otherwise this air will remain a problem. We've also worked on interventions like the pollution under control certificate, like somebody who doesn't have this certificate would just run away, or look at the police and just change their car to the other direction. But now we have this ANPR systems. When you go to a petrol station, you'll see your card number is called out to tell you that you don't have a certificate. But we are going beyond that, right? The pollution control certificate actually just measures your carbon monoxide and the hydrocarbons, but actually what is actually causing the pollution. So are we measuring what actually matters, right? Is it PM10, is it PM2.5? Not at least in the pollution control certificates that are issued to people. So we are working towards that.
So since you're working both with, you have experience working both with pollution control boards as well as industry, do you see progress in terms of actual real-time monitoring of pollution emissions, whether it's effluents or anything else? Because we've been hearing that there are sort of initiatives to do that. For example, the units along the Ganga, for example, they're mandated to to have automatic reporting. So did you see any sort of change there?
Yes, absolutely. CPCB has announced a SEMS device to be installed for every stack. That's a continuous emission monitoring system. That's a device that's installed with every industry stack. So you can actually in real time monitor what the industry is emitting. And in Surat, in Ahmedabad, we are launching our water effluent market, where all these textile industries can actually again be given those credits of how much they can pollute and how much they can save. So that is there.
So let me sort of get in one more round before our time runs out. Anumita, just once again, just looking at the graph system, not necessarily just for Delhi in terms of, but that kind of an approach to controlling this thing on the one hand, now if you shut down some things, well, there will be an impact, because, if you do it very drastically, like we saw during the lockdown and this thing, that, yeah, sure. I mean, then you're bringing a lot of economic activity to a halt, you're stopping footfalls, people are not moving around. There is going to be some difference. But is that, one would think this is more an emergency kind of a response, because, it does lead to certain disruptions in economic activity, incomes, lives. So what's your sort of sense of how this has played out?
Very right. And we have to keep in mind that emergency action is so disruptive, right? Now, that is a bit of an emergency response, because suddenly the levels have gone up so high, and then you just don't know what to do, and you try and ensure that just by stopping some activity, you prevent further loading of pollution when the pollution is already trapped. You really can't do much till the wind comes and blows it away, right? But that's really not the solution. And as you're very right, that this also has huge socioeconomic impact. Now, the whole idea was that, okay, fine, initial years when our situation was so bad, that the grab would, to some extent help us to tide over the crisis for those few days. But it should have been able to catalyze more longer-term systemic changes in the economy, so that you can have more round-the-year action, where in each sector of pollution, whether that's vehicles, waste burning, construction, you are actually instituting more systems, infrastructure, so that the emissions can be permanently curtailed. Now that's where we are slipping. So we track the air quality data, but nobody tracks the solution data, which means that today, like vehicles, just to give an example, if they are the top contributor, one, you really want to eliminate the tailpipe emission, and that's why the new EV20 policy, which is asking for an ambitious target, we need to do that. But you also need to control the numbers. So now where is the infrastructure to really upscale usage of public transport? Similarly, waste burning. If 30% of Delhi is outside the municipal system of waste collection, then the waste is going to accumulate somewhere. So where are you creating those systems? Now, therefore, sector by sector, we now need not just yet another plan for pollution control. We now need report cards. And the report cards that is going to show you that what is the nature and the scale and the speed of action that you've seen across the sectors, which will really permanently and have a more durable impact on pollution control.
Professor Mohan, if I could ask you to tell our audience that, just how does bad air sort of affect our health? What is the sort of, in your clinical experience?
Right. So, see, like I said, now no organ in the body is immune to the effects of bad air. Some may be more visible, some may be less visible, some may be visible very soon, some may be visible after many years. They are difficult to prove conclusively, but now there is enough evidence to show that they affect almost every organ. Now, what is the things which are more visible? For example, external organs, whenever exposed to sudden bad polluted air, like post-Diwali or whenever, then you will have skin issues.
So these are, these are the sort of the nitrogen oxide emissions, the sulfur oxide emissions,
It is all combined. I mean, it is basically particulate matter, I think, contributes the most when it comes to the, say, surfaces, so skin, etc. So skin is in direct contact with the surface. You'll have all kinds of itching, all kinds of allergic issues, a lot of allergic issues. As it is, allergic issues are increasing in our society. Skin diseases, eczema, dermatitis, skin cancers also have been reported as a long-term effect. So that is one. Then of course you must have all experienced when you go out in a bad environment, eyes start burning. So direct effect on the eyes is something which is immediately visible, and on a long-term effect that is obviously going to have issues related to corneal ulcers and so many things, conjunctivitis. Then the effect on the lungs is the most dangerous naturally, and it is in direct contact. We are breathing, we can't stop breathing, we are breathing day in and day out. So that effect immediately is visible, and we see that every few months. This is probably the best possible season right now because of the rain. But most of the time of the year, all people who come with, say, asthma, COPD and other ailments, we have seen all those who were controlled earlier, they will come with attacks. Suddenly they will come with attacks at that time. They will have to have more medicine, admissions. A minority will have ICU admissions. So respiratory diseases are there. Long-term cardiovascular issues, brain strokes, sleeping disturbances, a lot of psychological issues in the long term, including forgetfulness and dementia. All these are very well known. And then the lesser known ones are the effects on other organs like the liver and the kidney. That of course is not apparent, but all this is there.
Thank you. Sumaira and then Kavita, just two very quick questions. Sumaira, is there do we now, as you mentioned the fact that, enforcement has decibel meters, this and that. So do we now have standards in place which are now sort of recognized by most, let us say at least the municipal administrations or the other enforcement agencies?
We have standards, we have various court orders, we have various partnerships with the government to measure the thing and ensure that standards are met. In fact, one success story, if you want to call it that, is on firecrackers, where we have partnered with the MPCB Awas Foundation for the last 20 years almost now, and brought the national decibel level of firecrackers down. When we first started measuring, they exceeded 125 decibels. Sometimes they went up to 140 decibels, which is really dangerous. This last year when we measured them, nothing exceeded 115 decibels, and those are for crackers sold nationally. So there has been a lot of change in that sense, but it's not enough. And it's an uphill struggle, because it's only when people decide that they want to give up these things for their own health reasons that it works. And people, at least in Mumbai, a lot of people have decided, not only for festivals and firecrackers, but for honking and other things. But there are other things which have now suddenly crept up after COVID particularly, like construction. And construction noise now has overtaken festival noise in terms of decibel level, and also because it continues year-round, it's hurting people's health much more. So I won't say too much, I can see the time's up.
I know. Kavita, one last quick word from you on your experience and on the fundraising aspect of your work. How has that come along?
Well, I have been very clear all throughout that I will not raise funds. So I work purely on voluntary basis, and so does everybody in my department.
Kavita, could you just respond to?
Yeah. So
No, I'm asking.
Yeah. No, no problem.
No, I think there's a bit of a noise echo here.
So I'll quickly answer this, that there is air, there's environment, there's climate, and then there is health. So I think the health officials, the funders who fund for health should also understand that these health diseases happen is only because of the poor air quality. So if you're doing work on air quality work, it should definitely be a cusp with the health projects, which usually sometimes it's taken into consideration and sometimes not. But I do see over a period of time that air pollution work has really picked up, has been mainstreamed, I would say. Like in an event like today, we have a session on air pollution, and thanks for adding that here, because that was the last priority I've seen in so many years. But now it's picked up, and we really hope to kind of change the air around us.
Well, thank you all of you. I mean, this discussion would have given our audience some idea of the complexities of the issue, the issues involved, the policies and possible solutions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's give them a huge round of applause. I'll request all of you to come together for a group picture, and post that I'll request Rajiv sir to offer a small token of appreciation to all our panelists, please. But in the meantime, can I request all of you to come together for a group picture, please, as we give them one more round of applause, please. Thank you so much. Thank you. Please do join us back in the audience. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to quickly shift our focus. And next, we in fact are going to hear from people who literally are our future. In a conversation that is very aptly titled, it's called Green is the New Ambition, Young Voices for Climate Action. It's only fair that we hear from a generation that in fact will live the longest with the consequences of climate change. And thus hearing their ambition and their roadmap is very crucial to this conversation. Remember, sustainability is increasingly becoming a question of agency rather than simple awareness. From influencing policy conversations to mobilizing communities and also changing everyday behavior. It's very, very important today. It asks how youthful ambition can be converted into sustained action, and more importantly, action that has a lot of credibility as well. So ladies and gentlemen, with a huge round of applause, join me in welcoming our future, our youth voices, Hina Saifi, COP29 UN delegate. Let's welcome her with a huge round of applause. And Abir Bhalla, environmentalist and sustainability consultant, also joining us. And to moderate this conversation, join me in welcoming Sohini De, culture editor, Open Media Network. Let's give them a huge round of applause as I now hand over the floor to Sohini.
Good evening, everyone. I'm sure you've been hearing a lot of insightful conversations. This takes us into a new direction. We have often, across generations, been taught to love Earth and protect its resources. We may have participated in tree plantation drives, gone on a nature walk, learned to love animals, maybe gone on a cleanliness drive. But what we see increasingly over the last few years is younger generations taking a far more sustained call to action, not just professing their love for nature, but trying to protect it. And they start very young. And Hina and Abhir here are great examples of the two. And I will start with Hina's story. हिना आप हमें ये बताइए कि आप काफ़ी छोटे से गांव से आई हैं और आपने खुद स्कूल में ये काम शुरू किया था, तो क्या इश्यूज और वजह थी जिसकी वजह से आप एनवायरमेंटल एक्टिविज्म में इंटरेस्टेड हुई? आपको माइक है।
फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल थैंक यू सो मच कि हम अपने यहाँ पे अपनी बात को रख सकें। और when I was in school, जब मैं स्कूल में थी in 7 or 8 standard that time, so that time I didn't know what is climate change, what is pollution, तो उस चीज़ के बारे में नहीं पता था। बट जो सिचुएशन थी that was bothering me, वो मुझे बहुत परेशान करती थी। लाइक गांव में वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट का सिस्टम नहीं है और बहुत सारी ऐसी प्रॉब्लम्स हैं जो मैंने देखी है। इवन टॉयलेट्स भी नहीं थे उस टाइम पर, तो वो सारी चीज़ें ना मुझे बहुत बॉदर करती थी कि मुझे कुछ करना चाहिए। उस टाइम में मेरी बहुत छोटी सी टीम थी और मैं बहुत कम एज में मैंने छोटी टीम बनाई और गांव में ऐसे ही घूमना स्टार्ट कर दिया। अपने फ्रेंड्स को स्कूल के लिए इनवाइट करना शुरू कर दिया कि हमें स्कूल में पढ़ना है, क्योंकि उस टाइम पे सिर्फ हम उर्दू और अरबिक एजुकेशन लेते थे, स्कूल में नहीं जाते थे। तो उस चीज़ को लेकर मैं काफ़ी प्रिविलेज थी कि पेरेंट्स ने अलाउ किया था। बट उसको मैंने जो प्रॉब्लम देखी है कि जो गांव में मदरसा है वहाँ पे स्कूल और हिंदी इंग्लिश की एजुकेशन नहीं थी, तो वहाँ पे वो सारी चीज़ें देखी कि हम वहाँ पे क्लाइमेट एजुकेशन को कैसे इन्वॉल्व कर सकते हैं कि हम मदरसे के साथ में इन चीज़ों को स्टार्ट करें। तो वहाँ पे हमने जाके बात करना स्टार्ट किया, हमने उनको समझाया कि ये प्रॉब्लम्स है, हमको सॉल्व करना है। तो वहाँ पे बच्चों की टीम बनाई हमने और हम क्लाइमेट पे बात करना स्टार्ट कर दिया। साथ ही साथ जब हमारी टीम बन गई और हमने क्लाइमेट एजुकेशन देना स्टार्ट कर दिया और मदरसे के लोगों को समझ आने लगी चीज़ें, तो हमें लगा कि अब हमें इम्प्लीमेंटेशन का टाइम आ गया, हमें कुछ इम्प्लीमेंट करना है। तो हमने किचन गार्डन बनाया, तो वो काफ़ी अच्छे से ग्रो किया, वेजिटेबल्स आना स्टार्ट कर दिया, बच्चे काफ़ी खुश थे। लेकिन जब मॉनसून आया, साइड में पॉन्ड था, तो ड्यूरिंग मॉनसून वो ओवरफ्लो होके वो हमारे किचन गार्डन को ख़राब कर दिया। तो बच्चे बहुत परेशान हुए, हम भी सब परेशान हुए कि हमें इसके लिए काम करना है। तो उस चीज़ पे हमने काम करना स्टार्ट किया और बच्चों को समझ हुई, मैंने स्टार्ट किया। फिर धीरे धीरे मौका मिला बाहर जाने का, तो पोल्यूशन के बारे में पता चला, क्लाइमेट चेंज के बारे में और अलग अलग कैटेगरीज जितने भी इशू हैं, क्लाइमेट रिलेटेड इश्यूज़ हैं, उनके बारे में पता चला। तो धीरे धीरे मैंने उन पर फोकस करना स्टार्ट किया बच्चों के साथ में। अब मैं अकेली नहीं हूँ गाँव में, अब गांव में टीम बन चुकी है, लीडर्स निकल के आ रहे हैं। अब वो काफ़ी कॉन्फिडेंसली काम करते हैं और बताते कि आज हमने ये प्रॉब्लम को सॉल्व किया। क्योंकि गांव में बहुत सारी ऐसी खाली स्पेस होते हैं जहाँ पे वो ऐसे ही थे, बच्चों ने वहाँ पे किचन गार्डन बनाया है। तो ऐसे धीरे धीरे वहाँ पे चेंज आता जा रहा है, बच्चे साथ में जुड़ते जा रहे हैं, लोग जुड़ते जा रहे हैं। एवं धीरे धीरे मैंने आगे काम करना शुरू किया।
थैंक यू हिना। Abhir, I'd like to ask you next. We talk a lot, especially in recent years, we've been speaking a lot about how the youth is joining the climate change movement. There are how they're taking the lead in demanding action. You also started quite early when you were in school. How do you think youth-led environmental activism today differs from the generations and activism that came before you?
Of course, right. Thanks for that. So I think, I mean, my journey was somewhat similar in my own context, but, you know, addressing your question really, for me, I think, you know, as young people, we were born with a publish button or a share button. right, which generations before us perhaps did not have access to that easily. And of course, we're all aware of the ongoing protests right now in Delhi. And social media has had a large part to play in that as well. So I think young people's environmental activism, of course, has varied with access to the internet, with access to social media. That's made things easier, but it's also made things more complicated. It's always a double-edged sword, of course. You know, so I think for me at least, what set me apart was finding a hook, right? For me, my call to action was, and that's why the panel right before this was very interesting to me, because when I learned how air pollution was adversely affecting my health and that of everyone else around me, that's when I really sort of woke up and became interested in the subject. And fast forward to 16 years of age, I was probably, at the time at least, if not still, you know, the first miner with whom the Delhi Metro signed an MOU, and then we had a project for 3 years that went on, 3-4 years, which went on up until COVID. And what stood out in that initiative for me, just to illustrate, you know, my answer, is that we actually, instead of waiting for people to come to us, the Delhi Metro is arguably the one platform in this city which unifies people from different sections of society, right? So we went in there and we decided to disrupt positively a commuter's life. We would do 5-minute Nukkad Nataks at and around metro stations, and that actually got people to look up from their phones, pull out their earphones and ask questions as simple as, you know, why should I buy a bamboo toothbrush? Is it a Instagram fad or something that's actually useful for the environment, to something much more nuanced, like how can I get a subsidy on my EV, right? So I think that's the difference in youth activism. We really, we want to go out there and get what we want. And yeah, I think so.
And well, I'm going to ask a question to the both of you, but really stemming from something you said, because a lot of what we have seen of youth-led activism has been digital. We've seen it in social media, and we have seen it through digital technologies. So what advantages has it offered to you as environmental activists, and what are perhaps its drawbacks? Actually, Abhir, you can start, and फिर हिना आप भी बताइएगा.
Sure. So for me, I think, you know, the other advantage of having young people is that most young people won't mince their words. I certainly wouldn't. I don't believe 90% of what I watch on the TV news any longer. I don't. I think ownership models of the media play a significant role in influencing what the media talks about. And while social media can be a disruptor, and can create problems as much as it can solve problems, I think social media has provided us with an avenue of access to independent journalists, you know, who are not as driven by different considerations. So I think that digital shift has played a big role, at least for me, in terms of both my outreach and in terms of the kind of information that I choose to subscribe to. And I think that's very important in the context of environmental movements today, because I mean, the last 20-30 days we've seen what's happened in Rishikesh and Dehradun with the road expansion, etc. But before that, there was zero media coverage. And I think even with the Ken Betwa, you know, river canal linkage, I think it was social media journalists who actually brought that out, and perhaps the mainstream media then followed and picking up on that eventually, if at all. So for me, that's where the difference really lies.
और हिना, आपके काम में इतने सालों से आपने सोशल मीडिया डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजीज यूज़ की हैं, आपको क्या फ़ायदा हुआ है और क्या ड्रॉबैक्स हैं, आप भी ज़रा बताइए.
एक्चुअली जब मैंने स्टार्ट किया था तो कोई क्लाइमेट की नॉलेज देने वाला नहीं था या बताने वाला नहीं था, बट धीरे धीरे जैसे मैंने सुना था, व्हेन आई वाज सिलेक्टेड बाय द यूनाइटेड नेशन एज एन क्लाइमेट लीडर फॉर वी द चेंज नो कैंपेन, जब उसका सिलेक्शन हुआ था तो इतना ज़्यादा नॉलेज नहीं थी कि क्या करना है. दैट टाइम आई हर्ड अबाउट कॉप फॉर द फर्स्ट टाइम मैंने कॉप के बारे में सुना था, तो सिर्फ सुना था, पता नहीं क्या करना है. बट धीरे धीरे मैंने उस पर सर्च करना स्टार्ट किया, उसमें पढ़ना स्टार्ट किया, और धीरे धीरे जितनी भी नॉलेज है मैंने सोशल मीडिया के थ्रू गेन की है. और उसके बाद ये कि सोशल मीडिया सब कुछ नहीं है. हालांकि हम बहुत बड़ी बड़ी बातें करते हैं, हम बहुत सारी क्लाइमेट कॉन्फ्रेंसेस होती है, हम कॉप की बात करते हैं, तो बहुत सारी बड़ी बड़ी बातें करते हैं. बट जब ग्राउंड रियलिटी की बात आती है, हम ग्राउंड पर देखते हैं कि वो सारी बातें जब तक सक्सेस नहीं हो सकती, जब किसान की खेती में नज़र आए, या फिर किसी गर्ल्स की एजुकेशन में नज़र आए, किसी वुमेन के अच्छे लाइवलीहुड में नज़र आए, तो ये सारी चीज़ें जब तक सक्सेस नहीं हो सकती. तो सोशल मीडिया के थ्रू हमें इंफॉर्मेशन मिल सकती है, और बहुत सारी चीज़ें चल रही होती हैं जिनका हमें नहीं पता होता है, सोशल मीडिया के थ्रू पता चलता है. लेकिन हम उसके थ्रू कंसर्न हो सकते हैं, हम उसके बारे में थोड़ा सा सोच सकते हैं कि हम क्या कर सकते हैं, हम खुद भी एक्शन ले सकते हैं. तो सोशल मीडिया बहुत ज़्यादा अच्छी है, लेकिन ग्राउंड पे काम करना बहुत ज़रूरी है.
थैंक यू फॉर दैट. एंड आपने अभी ऑफ कोर्स कॉप पार्टिसिपेशन के बारे में बात की, और एंड बोथ ऑफ यू हैव ट्रैवल्ड टू समिट्स एंड रिप्रेजेंटेड इंडिया इन कन्वर्सेशंस. What role do activists like you and others from the country bring to such international platforms where policies are being made and directed? And what do you think are the unique perspectives that you bring, being from India and rooting for the environment? Abir, can I start with you and then Hina?
Sure. So two thoughts there, right? I think what Hina was saying, मैं बिल्कुल उससे सहमति में हूँ, because you know, I think there is a lot of activism today. It's also another double-edged sword. I think there's a lot of activism today which, not just necessarily for the youth, but for conferences like COPs and the CHOGMs and the BRICS of the world. You know, I think there's a lot being said at these conferences, and not a lot of it is translating onto what needs to be done on the ground. So completely in agreement with that. But another thing that I'll say, and this is, I think, a positive takeaway, and this is not driven just by my own experience, but having attended 4 or 5 COPs, you know, I think I've noticed a positive change in terms of such conferences and such fora, going from, you know, having young people just having a seat at the table versus us now actually having a say at the table. And I think young people now need to, you know, not just be there as a sort of photo op moment, but rather as someone who's actually, you know, listened to and takeaways are taken from. You know, something I always, all of us have been to enough conferences, something that I've always criticized at a lot of the conferences, not criticized, but something I've just found interesting to observe is that, you know, whenever you have a VIP panel with a chief minister or of so on and so forth, any VIP, any high ticket minister that you're bringing in, the minister will come, they'll give a speech, and they'll be rushed out of the room, right? And the youth panel will be after that. So are the young people actually being heard, or you know, is that something just on an agenda? And that's something, those are the uncomfortable questions I think that young people bring out in the work that we do. So yeah.
And if I just quickly ask you about the Indian perspective itself, do you think there are unique stories or ideas from India?
Of course. I think the beautiful thing about these conferences is that, at least in the South Asia context, right, whenever I've gone to the COPs, I've gone as a representative of Commonwealth youth or on behalf of India as well. But in the South Asia context, in the developing countries context, I think there is a lot to learn from each other. And that sort of interdisciplinary learning, that sort of interchange of very good ideas, successful best practices, is something that I've noticed India give to the world, and vice versa. Traditional knowledge that comes out of India, what we see in our villages, is something that the world is now emulating what is now seen as an Instagram fad, as a bamboo toothbrush, for example, was manifesting in the form of a datun, back in our grandparents' times. So, yeah.
Thank you. और है ना आपसे भी ये सवाल कि जब आप इंडिया को रिप्रेजेंट करने इंटरनेशनल समिट्स में जाती हैं, कॉन्फ्रेंसेस में जाती हैं, तो आप इस देश से, अपने कल्चर से कौन सी स्टोरीज लेकर जाती हैं, कौन से इश्यूज लेकर जाती हैं जो आपको लगता है कि आप ऑफ कोर्स प्रॉब्लम्स भी रिप्रेजेंट कर सकती हैं, बट सॉल्यूशंस भी? आपका एक्सपीरियंस क्या है एज अ इंडियन रेप?
एक्चुअली कोप का मेरा फर्स्ट एक्सपीरियंस था, तो बहुत सारी चीज़ें जानने को मिली, जो बहुत सारी चीज़ें आई ओपनिंग थी। वहाँ पे फंडिंग की बात हो रही थी, और वहाँ पे बहुत बड़े बड़े जो कंट्रीज़ हैं अपने चैलेंज भी शेयर कर रहे थे, अपने सॉल्यूशन भी शेयर कर रहे थे। तो उन सारी चीज़ों को देख के बहुत सारी चीज़ें ऐसा लग रहा था कि हम बहुत पीछे हैं, और बहुत सारी हम क्या होता है, हम बहुत बड़े बड़े मंच पर हम नेट ज़ीरो की बात करते हैं, रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी की बात करते हैं, हम इलेक्ट्रिकल व्हीकल्स की बात करते हैं। तो मेरा सवाल ये है कि क्या सिर्फ टेक्निक बदलने से सोच बदल जाएगी? तो हमें सबसे पहले सोच बदलने, क्योंकि अभी बहुत सारी चीज़ें हैं जिसमें हमें थिंकिंग चेंज करने की ज़रूरत है, क्योंकि कोई भी चीज़ें हम जब तक चेंज नहीं कर सकते, जब तक हमारा माइंडसेट सेट नहीं होगा। हमें ग्रीन ट्रांजिशन से पहले ग्रीन माइंडसेट बनाना होगा। तो वो सारी चीज़ें देखकर मुझे लगा कि अभी बहुत सारी चीज़ों अवेयरनेस की कमी है, एक्सेस की कमी है, इंफॉर्मेशन की कमी है, पार्टिसिपेशन की कमी है। तो मैं जिस विलेज से आती हूँ तो वो सारी चीज़ें देखने को मिलती है। तो मुझे लगता है कि अभी अवेयरनेस की बहुत ज़्यादा कमी है, क्योंकि नेट ज़ीरो का गोल जब तक हम अचीव नहीं कर सकते, जब तक ये बात हर एक इंसान को पता नहीं चलेगी। तो अभी ज़रूरत है लोगों को हर एक बात पहुँचाने की कि अभी हमें बहुत कुछ करने की ज़रूरत है, और बहुत पीछे रह जाएंगे, क्योंकि ये हमारे आज का इशू है। अगर हम कल पे डिपेंड रहेंगे तो हम बहुत पीछे रह जाएंगे। तो अभी मुझे लगता है कि हमें लोगों में अवेयरनेस पैदा करनी है, क्योंकि हमें पॉलिसीज़ से ज़्यादा उनको ये पॉलिसीज़ उन लोगों तक पहुंचानी है जिनको इसकी ज़रूरत है। हमें फंडिंग की तो बात करनी है, साथ साथ में ये फंडिंग उन ऑर्गेनाइजेशन तक पहुंचानी है जो रियल में वुमेन के साथ में काम करती है, उन यूथ तक पहुंचाना है जो यूथ बदलाव लाना चाहते हैं। तो ये सारी चीज़ें हम कार्बन एमिशन की बात करते हैं। इवन मैं जहाँ से आती हूँ वहाँ कार्बन एमिशन चैलेंज नहीं है, वहाँ चैलेंज है अवेयरनेस की कमी है। तो हमें ये सारी चीज़ें, हमें कार्बन एमिशन की बात के साथ साथ हमें तकलीफ को कम करना है, हमें सोलर पैनल्स की तो बात करनी है, साथ में हमें समझ भी पैदा करनी है। हम क्लाइमेट कॉन्फ्रेंस तो करते हैं, बट हमें क्लाइमेट कॉन्वर्सेशन भी स्टार्ट करना चाहिए। तो ये सारी चीज़ें हमें अभी बहुत ज़रूरत है, क्योंकि वहाँ बहुत सारी चीज़ें बहुत आई ओपनिंग थी जिनकी अभी लोगों को इन्फॉर्मेशन नहीं है, उनकी इस चीज़ की समझ नहीं है, इवन बेसिक नॉलेज नहीं है। तो मुझे लगता है कि हमें ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा अवेयरनेस क्रिएट करनी चाहिए लोगों तक, ताकि हम उस गोल को अचीव कर सके जो कि हम अपने ग्लोबल मंच पर रखते हैं।
थैंक यू जी। अवेयरनेस और पार्टिसिपेशन दोनों की ज़रूरत है फॉर द एनवायरमेंटल मूवमेंट टू सस्टेन इटसेल्फ। And from that thought, I just want to ask you about, both of you, about how do you individually go from awareness to participation, and not just of course yours, but involving community participation that is not just about youth, because I think that when we talk about youth and environmental activism, we are really thinking of younger generations, but of course everybody, irrespective of age and background, can be part of the solution making and the broader conversation. So as someone who's young, how do you sort of reach out to people from different generations? How do you band them together? Will you tell us a little about it?
Sure. So I think about the cross-generational linkage. I think my metro example spoke a little bit in terms of how we can do that. And I think in terms of binding together generations, it's really about having logic and science-based research backing you up, right? Because if you're making sense and if you're speaking factually, then why would elder generations not support you? Unless, of course, there is a mindset shift, which is also needed from time to time. But as far as converting awareness into action with my own generation is concerned, I think, we're a selfish generation, and we're also, mankind at large is pretty selfish, because we ask ourselves, what's in it for me before everything that we do. For me, it was air pollution, and that's how I became interested. But when I talk to younger audiences and when I want to buy in, they need a hook, right? And I grew up listening to senior environmentalists telling me, have a bucket bath, not a shower. And I must confess that's something I still struggle to follow, though I live a very sustainable life otherwise. But something practical that I've seen works very well with my generation is, you know, I've started telling people, why don't you time your showers to your favorite song? You know, a 3.5 minute song and time your shower to that. So that's actually caught on pretty well.
Well, I have a final question again for the both of you. And so if everyone in this room is committed to doing one meaningful thing for the environment in the next year, what would each of you recommend that they look into? हिना मैं आपसे शुरू कर सकती हूँ. अगर इस रूम में हर कोई कहे कि अगले 1 साल वो environment के लिए एक meaningful काम करेंगे, आपका क्या कहना है कि उन्हें कौन सा issue देखना चाहिए और किस issue या किस issue के बारे में सोचना चाहिए?
मेरे लिए सबसे मेन है क्लाइमेट एजुकेशन, क्योंकि जब तक हमें क्लाइमेट एजुकेशन नहीं होगी, हमारे पास इंफॉर्मेशन नहीं होगी, नॉलेज नहीं होगी, हम सॉल्यूशन की तरफ नहीं बढ़ सकते. मैं ग्राउंड रियलिटी प्रेजेंट करती हूँ, मैं ग्राउंड रियलिटी बताती हूँ जहाँ पे अभी भी लोग इस समझ से बहुत दूर है. तो मैं चाहती हूँ कि हर इंसान को इसका राइट्स मिले कि वो क्लाइमेट एजुकेशन ले और देश के लिए कुछ देश के लिए नहीं बल्कि ग्लोबल इशू है, तो ये ग्लोबल प्रॉब्लम है, तो इसको सॉल्व करने में हर एक इंसान कंट्रीब्यूट कर सके. तो मैं सजेस्ट करूँगी क्लाइमेट एजुकेशन में इम्पोर्टेंट.
And what do you think of here, besides timing showers to your favorite song?
Yeah, that's a fun one, of course. I think another one would be, you know, I still, for reasons I don't understand, there's still a lot of EV adoption hesitation coming out of even metro cities, which I don't, you know, I don't understand. So my target for the next year is to convince people to adopt EVs a lot more, overcome that sort of whole charging hesitation and all of that stuff that we keep hearing about. And the other one is, I mean, unrelated, but I'm very happy to hear about the government's new emphasis on EV trucking for logistics. So keen to see where that goes and actually support that policy as far as I can. So yeah.
Thank you for the suggestions, and thank you for being here with us today and this lovely conversation. Yes? Thanks.
Thank you, Hina. Thank you, Abir. Sohini, thank you so much. We'll request you to stay on stage with us so that we can get all of you together first for a group picture, and then I'll request Sohini to offer a small token of appreciation to the voices of the future. I think we can give them a huge round of applause. It's not every day that you get to hear voices that are so clear with their priorities clearly etched out. And as we said, these are future voices that will, of course, narrate what the future decade looks like. Thank you once again. I'll request Sohini to now offer a small token of appreciation to our future voices, please. Thank you so much. Please do join us back in the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now going to shift our focus to talk about from climate intent to community impact. And for that, we indeed are honored and privileged to have a very special guest amongst us. Our next guest, ladies and gentlemen, is a leader who's emerged as a very passionate champion of purpose-led change. Dr. Payal Kanodia has brought energy, has brought commitment, and a deeply personal sense of purpose to almost every work that she does, using her platform to champion causes that create real, meaningful change on the ground. As chairperson of the M3M Foundation, she's also helped drive initiatives across environment and community development as well. While doing all of this, keeping a very clear focus and impact on both that is tangible and lasting. With a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Dr. Payal Bansal Kanodia, Chairperson, M3M Foundation, for a conversation that will help us understand climate intent and community impact. Let's welcome Sohini De back on stage, Culture Editor, Open Media Network, to moderate this conversation for us. Let's welcome Dr. Kanodia with a huge round of applause. Good to have you with us, and the floor is all yours, Sohini.
Hi, I'm back. Well, this time I have with Dr. Kanodia with us. It's such a pleasure to have you, Dr. Kanodia.
Pleasure is all mine.
Yes. Of course, we've already heard a little about M3M Foundation, but I thought it would be lovely to start the conversation with your experience and what made you seek out this pursuit. What was your vision when you began all these years ago? And from there, how have you built the foundation, and what are the things that interest you and excite you?
So when I was, I'm a doctor by qualification turned entrepreneur, one of the odd ones in real estate because you usually don't see women in real estate. And then from there, I think it led to a calling that I want to do something to bring about a social change in the rural map of India. That's where this journey began, and the whole idea was there was a purpose, there was an intent, now it had to be put into action, and I had everything to put it into action. There was a plan, and after so many years, when I see the results, I think that was the path for me. Yeah, it was the calling always, and still the intent lies in doing something much bigger, much larger, because whatever we talk about, how many platforms, we sit on, we keep talking about in these rooms about environment, about education, about wildlife, about entrepreneurship, about rural development. All these things need to be done together if we want to really change the face of our country and if we really envision India 2047, a developed nation.
Thank you for that. And of course, what you just said, drawing from that, M3M Foundation's vision is certainly linked to the Sustainable Development Goals. And you have a multi-pronged approach that looks at the environment, of course, but also health, education, and livelihood. So at its heart, it is very much about community development and empowerment. So could you tell us what made community come to the heart of your mission as a foundation?
So, actually, just before this session, the session that you were moderating, I was actually thinking, there are so many rooms across the country, across the globe, where these kind of conversations are happening. And a thought was going in my head, who's the audience? All of us. We are talking, and also we are listening to people like us who are working towards different causes, which are the need of today. What is it that we are taking outside this room after these conversations, after listening to people, and what is the action that we take on that? So I think somewhere listening to these conversations repeatedly over time led me to the path that, okay, these are the areas of need we should be working on, these are the places where we should be going, these are the communities whom I should be interacting with, working with. And the real change will only happen then, not just with coming, sitting in a room, having a conversation, going home and forgetting about it. So someone had to lead that. And for me, it eventually started becoming from getting out of a room, listening to a conversation, to then when I started going and meeting the communities. These community peoples are literally like, I call them thermometers. They tell us the temperature of the community. By temperature, I mean the needs of the community, the things that they have, the things that they lack, everything they can tell us. We don't need to go discover anything. And the beauty is they also have the solution. All they need is someone trustworthy who can really come and support them, guide them, mentor them, and then they are ready to fly. That's how M3M Foundation came into being, and we ended up working across sectors of education, environment, wildlife, skilling, entrepreneurship, and integrated rural development, where we're working on developing smart villages. So yeah, that's been the kind of inspiration. Listening to people here has brought another idea today, and maybe someday it will be into action.
I'm sure it will. But since you were speaking about the many directions in which the foundation works, and it is extensive work that is being done with a lot of different communities in conversations about the climate, about sustainability and environment, communities are often seen as beneficiaries, which they rightly are, but not always as equal stakeholders. How do you approach this to make them more than beneficiaries in your engagement? How do you make them participants and also reliant in the long run?
So let me start from the corporate side of it, and I think we are all well versed. When we are the leaders of our own work, businesses, startups, or anything that we do, we all need to feel involved. There is a need to feel engaged, not just come, do the desk job and go back home. I think that's not a very fulfilling work. Social work aligns exactly like that, just outside of the boardrooms in very real lives. And what happens is, the moment you go to the community, if you do not engage the local communities, if you do not engage with the local people, we will never be able to get the right kind of outcomes. And we're all talking about climate change. And I was just asking your colleague that the flex that we've used behind, what exactly do we do of this? It's all plastic, right? What do we do? Do we recycle? Because this is not reusable. Most of the events, I think we will end up throwing it in the bin, and I'm glad I did not get the same answer from your team. That is the kind of shift that we are looking at climate. Climate is an emergency right now, not just for us, for everybody, including wildlife, animals, plants. So there is no question of rural communities here. It's a question of surviving on this planet. And without working on the climate change actively, without working on the climate change together as the planet as a whole, the survival of entire mankind looks difficult. We all are sitting in Delhi. We know what's going to happen in Delhi 2 months down the line. And we're all preparing for it by trying to buy an air purifier, installing the air purification systems in our home. But what if we all thought about, like for example, our PM says, "Ek ped maa ke naam." Ek ped apne naam laga lete hain na? And when everyone starts to plant a tree, but yes, do not forget that tree tomorrow. We have to go back, look at it, nurture it, water it. If everyone takes their own responsibility, we will definitely bring about the climate change in terms of positive direction, and we will be talking about better things in these rooms.
And philanthropy is, of course, at the core of M3M Foundation and perhaps other organizations in the same scale. What are your views on the intersections, the meeting points between entrepreneurship and philanthropy? What are your thoughts on it? What do you think distinguishes the foundation's work in this regard?
Philanthropy is a work which is not gonna ever gratify you very, very quickly. It's a work of patience. It's a work of commitment. And sometimes there are heartbreaks, sometimes there are failures, sometimes there are disappointments. But we all face this in our own businesses, at our own workplaces also. So more or less, it is like entrepreneurship. And, for me, there is no difference between entrepreneurship and philanthropy, because wherever we are working for some or the other cause. A business idea is literally like, you find a problem on this planet, in this world, and then you learn to figure out a solution for it. Then you come up with a solution and develop it into a business idea. This is exactly what we do when we do social work. We go understand the problems of the community and build solutions around it. Now, it is about one's vision. For example, we at M3M Foundation, we work with youth who's sitting idle in their homes. We work with women who are literally sitting idle in their homes, but both of them have a lot of talent. And these people are eventually coming up with brilliant ideas. There is an example which I can quote. So back in a village in Haryana, there is a group of women who we started working with. We were working on agriculture with them. And they came up with an idea that, we should do mushroom cultivation because it needs less water. We have water scarcity in this place. And They went to the Gram Panchayat, they brought us 8 acres of land, and now those women are cultivating mushrooms there, and they are the bread earners of their family. So any idea can be converted into a business idea very easily. It's only that your heart and soul has to be there. You have to trust the people you work with like you trust your own, and then the sky is the limit.
And of course, for any program success in this field of work, it is measured in how it is implemented. It is measured in terms of its impact, how deep it is, how far it stretches. So how do you take any project from the point of conception to the point of impact? How do you make sure it's realized to its fullest potential?
So from conception to execution to impact, there are multiple stages that we go through. Conception is the easiest because everyone knows their problems. So, the moment you walk into a community, they come up with, we don't have schools, we don't have infrastructure, we don't have water, we don't have electricity, and so on and so forth. Now comes the whole planning around it, which is also doable because we've been doing it for quite a while. So we know the basics of it. When you talk about the impact, for us, the real impact is when our tenure of executing that project is over and when we step out of that community, what exactly have we left behind? The legacy that we leave behind. The continuation of that project, whether the communities are still doing it or no, whether the women are still going to work or no, whether the children are still going to school or no, whether a youth is still continuing that work that they were taught or no, and many more such things. If we are talking about climate, so if the trees were planted, if the water bodies were restored, now what is the community doing with that? Are those trees still being nurtured? Is their water body still clean? And honestly, trust me, it's an experience that the communities do it beautifully because they have been given the ownership from day one. So ownership and the long-lasting impact comes from once we as M3M Foundation literally step out of that place.
Understood. And I think this is actually a good time to ask you my next question, which is again that, of course, beyond the numbers, beyond the quantifiable measures of impact, what is it, what are the other aspects of the work that bring you joy and fulfillment?
So other aspects of the work that bring me joy and fulfillment is, I think it's only one, and which is going and interacting with the people that I work for, with the people that I have dedicated my life for. Because, when I go meet them, there's already a deep emotional connect that I feel for them. I think they also feel for me. That's what I've sensed in a lot of my visits. And there's a sense of deep gratitude that I have for life, that, I'm capable of doing this. There's a sense of fulfillment that I go to bed with each night after I meet these people. I hear their stories, which are so heartwarming. And the kind of growth that they have seen, and when they share it from in their own versions, I think, yeah, that's something, that's my favorite thing to do.
Yeah. And what are perhaps some of the lessons or insights, really, that interacting with these communities, seeing them live and work, perhaps teach you that boardrooms and workplaces and urban spaces don't?
So when you walk into a boardroom, you walk in as a boss, you walk in with authority. When you walk into a community, you walk with compassion. So the learnings that I have carried in my experiences that, we're dealing with real lives here, we're dealing with real circumstances here. So first thing that you need to do is walk in with a lot of compassion, walk in with open ears, open heart, walk in with full listening skills. The moment you hear them, you've built that first connect, first bond. And then they will allow you to do anything and everything you want to do with them. You can teach them anything that you wish to, that the dreams that you have for them, the vision that you have for your project or the community, they're ready to accept. They are just waiting to be heard fully and compassionately.
And how has working on this field over the years changed your own relationship with the environment? How has it changed how you engage with it, daily in terms of small and big habits?
I think I'm making a little more conscious choices in life, though it's a long, long way to go. I'm still learning every day. But yes, I see myself making more conscious, environment-friendly, also healthier choices, honestly. There is a lot that has changed. It's also made me very, very calm and composed, honestly.
And we're speaking again, of course, about impact leadership. If you were speaking to a young, or rather aspiring, because I don't think it's really about age, but say an aspiring impact leader who says this is what they want to do, what would you say to them? Not advice, perhaps.
So I think I said it somewhere in one of my answers, but I'll say that everyone is kind of running a race of finding a startup, starting a business, or something or the other. I think what we should start doing is start looking out for the problems that exist amongst us, the problems that exist on the planet, in the society, and then work towards the solution, build ideas to find solutions for those problems, and we'll automatically start seeing that the world is becoming a better place because we're finding solutions to everything.
And you've been doing this for more than half a decade now. Your work has expanded in different directions. If you could go back in time, speak to yourself when you started this journey, what would you tell yourself?
You know, that's a tough one. If I have to go back and tell like a 10-year younger me that maybe I could have started bigger. I should have been a little less conservative when I started because it was something new I was getting into. I was a bit conscious of what I was doing. I was conservative. Every day there were thoughts, nahi ye nahi karna, aise nahi karna. I think had I been more open, the impact would have been larger. Yeah. But it's never too late. I think with whatever I have done so far, the dreams are much bigger. I know where my goals are, and I'm still doing that and working on achieving those.
May I ask you a little about, of course, the future, because the environment and sustainability is, after all, about securing our future. What are some of the ideas, projects, initiatives that may be interesting you, exciting you at the moment, that you're looking forward to?
So we know environment is a crisis, right? It is an emergency, and we really need to address it ASAP. We don't have time. So one of the projects which is closest to my heart, which we lovingly call Van Jeevan, because nobody was looking at it, everybody was focusing only on planting trees. Nobody was talking about how to coexist with the wildlife that nature gave us, that this planet gave us. And without the wildlife, there is no human life. For example, things as small as honeybees. If all the honeybees dies, and this is a proven stat, mankind will only survive for 4 years. And we know there are no honeybees on the planet. They are dying slowly. The honeybee societies are, we all kill them mercilessly. Similarly, the species which are becoming endangered, we really need to understand the importance. And it's not about eliminating human or wildlife. It is just about learning to coexist, finding new ways, because our urban landscapes are expanding into forests. We are encroaching forests every now and then. So all we need to do is whatever part of forests that we are left with, we need to make them a safer place, a complete ecosystem for the wildlife to exist, so that they stop coming in the cities. We are less scared and we are not taking erratic actions. That is something that I feel is something we need to really address very, very urgently. And we will see if this is addressed well and this is addressed right, a lot of environment problems will get solved on its own.
And as my final question, really, I'm just going to ask you one thing I also asked in my previous panel, which was, we're in a room full of enthusiast, certainly I have always been passionate about being able to, at least as individuals, take action. If everyone in this room decided to do one meaningful thing for the environment, say over the next year, what is one thing or perhaps a few things that you think should have their interest and attention?
You know, you asked this question to the previous guests as well, and I was thinking, what if she asks me as well? And I had a whole lot of list in my head running. Ye bhi karna, ye bhi karna, ye bhi karna. Everything has to be addressed. There is no one thing that I can do and say, oh, now I don't want to do anything more. So whatever I want to work on, I think I have to work on. That's my goal for myself. I want to work on everything 360 degrees so that no one corner is left unaddressed. And when we see the impact of whatever work has been done, it is a fulfilling impact, it is a complete impact, and it leaves every corner of this planet, every human, every tree, every water body, every single animal happy in their own spaces.
Yeah, because I think that's one of the subliminal goals of securing the future of the environment, is to find our own happiness in it. But thank you for the conversation and for letting us learn not only from your insights and impact, but like you said, the warmth and joy that you derive from working for the environment and with communities. Thank you so very much. I hope you enjoyed the conversation.
Dr. Kanodia, it was such a pleasure listening to you, and so much to take away in terms of inspiration as well, and I'm sure that had a sense of resonation with the audience as well. I think we can have a louder round of applause. Thank you so much. Shoini, thank you so much for moderating that conversation, but we'll request you to kindly stay on stage with us. I'll request Shilpa, National Sales Head, Open Media Network, to also kindly join us on stage to offer a small token of appreciation to Dr. Kanodia, please. Thank you so much. Please do join us back in the audience. Thank you so much. We're going to try and keep up the momentum, ladies and gentlemen, but a quick check with the audience. Are we enjoying the conversation so far? Fantastic. Let's get ourselves together to put a round of applause for each one of us, because each one of us are part of this conversation that we need to carry forward. You've been a fantastic audience so far, so thank you so much. Let's keep up the momentum as we move on to our next conversation, which is called The Next Leap: Policy, Capital, and the Future of Sustainable Growth. Ladies and gentlemen, the next phase of India's green transition will depend not only on better technologies, that's a given, but it will also define and depend on policy and capital, and whether they can create the conditions for those technologies and, more importantly, those enterprises to scale as well. The conversation that we're going to see on stage in a short while from now will in fact look at all these gaps that continue to stare at us between innovation and implementation, and most importantly, how regulation, investment, and even enterprise can come together to think about the future. Without wasting any more time, join me in welcoming a stellar panel. With a huge round of applause, join me in welcoming Sandeep Kashyap, CEO, Purva Green Power Private Limited. Let's welcome him on the panel, please. Let's keep the applause going as we welcome Vibha Tripathi, founder, Boon, who's joining us on the panel. Abhinash Mohanty, Sector Head, Climate Change and Sustainability, IPE Global, is joining us on the panel. Pulkit Prakash, founder, Niti Board, Advocate of Record, Supreme Court, is joining us on the panel. And let's also welcome our moderator, Rajiv Deshpande, Consulting Editor at Large, Open Media Network. Let's keep the applause going, and let's give them a huge round of applause, not just for taking out the time, but of course, I'm sure, of the rich experience that we'll hear from each one of them as well. Rajiv, once again, over to you, please.
Good evening and welcome to this interesting session on policy capital, future of sustainable growth. The subject may seem somewhat broad, but it deals with important questions. I'll try and set out a context for this discussion in terms of our recent experiences. So when the war in West Asia broke out, it created situations which brought into focus India's dependence on imports, on fossil fuel consumptions. It also, once again, we started looking at some of the discussions that we thought might have been closed. For example, coal. For some time now, there has been a strong sort of global discussion that, coal is bad news. But, well, India has large coal reserves. So in a situation like this, when we suddenly found crude oil and gas supplies, constricted so severely, so then it causes us to think that, then, well, do we look at our own resources? Do we keep that in mind? The second thing that followed, which we are currently experiencing, which is for us an annual experience, is heat and, managing, massive surging power demands. And so far, by and large, going by our experiences, our major cities, we have met those power demands. There have been, of course, it's not as if there are no outages, but this thing, which again brings us to the fact that, that what were our choices in terms of our energy mix when we did it? Because after all, whatever policies we adopt, we have to keep in mind the needs of our population and the sort of the energy demands that will keep growing. So these are the sort of contexts which I thought were interesting to this discussion today. I'll start with you, Sandeep, if I may, because I see that you've also worked in terms of thinking in terms of scale and renewable energy. So a question which might seem a little broad, but I'm going to put it across to you, is that are we making the transitions at a scale that will hopefully make renewables an intrinsic part of our thinking, planning process, not just in government, but in industry as a whole? And I'll come to a second sort of follow-up question after that.
Thank you so much. So you might be aware that India is running one of the largest RE programs with a target of achieving 500 gigawatt by 2030. As of today, as we speak, we have already achieved 296.36 gigawatt of renewable energy in the country. And renewable as a energy mix, I would say, the target for India was to achieve 50% by 2030 with 500 gigawatt. We have achieved it 5 years in advance. In 2026 itself, we have achieved that. So now we are going through a next phase of renewables, wherein only adding gigawatts or megawatts is not important. The more important part is how intelligently we integrate renewables into the grid, and also considering the energy security, not only the watts and kilowatts, right? So apart from that, India is currently running multiple programs. There is a rooftop program, which is PM's Muft Bijli Ghar Yojana. There is a Kusum scheme, wherein plants are being developed on the rural grids for powering rural areas, wherein the farmers are allowed to set up plants. And then the utility scale. Then there are sectors which are traditionally consuming a lot of energy, hard to abate sectors, which are normally addressed through CNI business under open access. So there is a lot of activity which is going on, and what it means, let us also understand what it means for us as a country. This is one sector where we are supposed to be doing almost 50 gigawatt a year up to 2030. And 50 gigawatt means an investment level of 3 to 4 lakh crores in this sector every year. And probably going by the numbers, till 2047, which is almost 21 years, the sector will have such inflows of 4 to 5 lakh crores every year. This is one of the most exciting part in terms of scale you mentioned.
Yeah.
You know, this kind of a scale, none of the industry in the country or probably globally offers such scale. And currently we are only talking about power with renewables. In terms of our consumption of energy, power represents only 18% of the country's consumption of energy. So the moment we talk about non-power based energy, which is wherein we use the carbon-based fuels, gas, we talked about crude oil, we talked about LPG, PNG and all. The quantum is so large. And over here, as a country, we are very uniquely positioned. There are certain fuels which are called green hydrogen and its derivatives like green ammonia, green methanol, synthetic aviation fuel. Over here, because the RE power is the cheapest power in India, one of the cheapest globally, to produce these fuels, we need RE, which is the raw material for producing these fuels, which means we can produce these fuels at the lowest cost. So it is not only India's problem, but every country has pledged to reduce their carbon emissions, and there are certain goals. For the developed world, it is up to 2045. For India, it is 2070. Some of the countries 2050. And these fuels will be required not only for India, but globally also. Like every country is buying crude oil today. So green hydrogen and derivatives will be required if they have to reduce their consumption, if they have to reduce the carbon emission. So India is poised to become one of the largest exporters of these fuels globally, especially from the global south to the global north. And that is where the story is going to be much, much larger.
So here again, if I can ask you, how do you see sort of the changes in terms of whether it's technology or sort of new developments? Because the discussion keeps going around various aspects of AI affecting us, and then sometimes you feel that some shifts are happening, some shifts tend to happen fast, and sometimes some shifts take us unaware. Maybe, for example, the tech industry is finding out some aspects of this today. So when you look at the renewable sector, do you identify any areas where certain shifts might be coming, certain shifts that we have to keep an eye out for?
So if you see renewable, there are broadly 3-4 components to it. One is solar, one is wind, then we have storage, which is going to be deployed very fast. And all these areas are heavily technology dependent in terms of most of the times we see every 2 years the complete technology change for the positive. In 2010 we started with the tariffs which were around 18 rupees. The capital cost used to be around 15 crores a megawatt. In 10 years down the line the tariffs came down to 2.5 rupees just because of technology change. And this is a continuous process. And that's where there is a lot of money which goes into the research and development in other world. Now with the local manufacturing as a focus area in India, I think there's a lot of initiatives which are happening in India as well. And going forward we will see a lot of innovation coming in. Over and above these technology changes, obviously there will be a layer of digitization, AI, ML, in terms of running these plants much more efficiently with lesser manpower and producing much better performance from the same plants. So there is a lot of play on the technology side in these.
I'll come back to you in the second round to ask you more about the applications and implications of green hydrogen, which we have been listening to. But to move on now, Vibha, you have put your academic credentials to very practical use in your career path. You've worked with the objective of reducing plastic use, if I'm right. This is something that strikes us every single day. Because, whether you're living in NCR or whether you're living in a place like Gurgaon, let us say, okay, so a place like Gurgaon houses so many industries. It is a powerhouse of innovation. The city is, perhaps generating incomes of billions of dollars, this thing. But when you walk around, you see a different side. And plastic is absolutely pervasive everywhere. You step out of the cities, all along the highways, even in small places, even in rural areas, you're seeing the sorts of, sometimes you feel that, this plastic is growing in the fields. You get that sort of impression when you look at it. So I really want to ask you that, what's been your experience, the path that you have chosen to try and convince to sort of control use of plastic? How are people responding to you, and what has been your experience?
See, at one level, plastic is very important. I think it was one of the biggest innovation at a point, because before that, a whole of the industry, if you were getting ketchup or anything, it was very expensive. You had to use glass bottles, and then suddenly you've got this wonder material where you can easily transport, cutting down on the costs. But on the other hand, now the plastic, as the usage has grown more and more, it has really spoiled everything around us. I mean, we see it in our landscapes, and especially in a country like India, where our garbage collection is not so good. But I must say that India, as per se, produces less plastic than more advanced countries. We are lesser consumers. Indian people consume less plastic than other countries, but our municipalities is so poor that we see it a lot more, and we see it also on our highways, etc. And more than that, plastic itself, microplastics are actually invading our systems. So one very interesting fact is that human being nowadays, we are eating about almost like credit card worth of plastic in few months. That's the amount of microplastic which goes in. And sometimes something very seamless or simple things like drinking water from a plastic bottle, even if it looks pristine, will have microplastics in it. So it's not only pervading our visual landscape, cluttering it or making us unhappy, it's having a real implications in terms of the young children who are growing up with plastic will find that that they will not be able to bear children because of this pervasiveness of plastic. So there will be a real threat. Then you say population is going down, there will be a real threat in our next generation. So it is not something which is to be taken non-seriously. And when we started working, as you know, that my primary work is actually with the access to water. My company, we started initially working with access to water in villages. And so while working there, we essentially from the need of sustaining our work, we started working with also the top of the pyramid. So the people are worried about the quality of water, mainly because of microbes in it. And so what the richer people, they started doing is to use plastics. And so that we realized that it is a choice they make out of lack of any other options. Because if they had an option to not to get their water in plastic bottles, they would go for it, because a lot of time we found that people cringe at opening a plastic bottle, but they have no choice. So the choice they are offered is between their own health or to clutter the planet, and they somehow cluttering the planet always seems to be a better choice. So we started working initially at the railway stations, giving the bottled water, just you can bring your own bottle, and that was our first model. Later on we started working with the 5-star hotels and the corporates, and I think the response has been really amazing. People, whenever they do get a choice, they like.
So how did sort of businesses and communities react to this initiative, and how did you explain this or put them across, and what was your advocacy with them?
To the hotels?
Yeah, to the hotels, to businesses, to anyone
So actually, I did not advocate this particular solution. I was always very focused on, grassroots level people or, social impacts. So it was actually these corporates and hotels which came to us. And I think that time their main concern was lead ratings. Because when they were actually, if you just imagine a standard JW Marriott, which was our first client, a single hotel has 500 rooms. And typically, if you go to a JW Marriott, there are at least 4 to 5 bottles at least. So 2,000 bottles per day. That's the kind of bottles that they were actually disposing every day. So you can multiply it with 365 and you can see, it's more than 7,000 bottles per year. So 7 lakh bottles, so it was a huge number, even and they came from a very practical reason that we want our lead rating and we have to go green for that. But when they actually started, they found that the people loved it. So once one hotel started, then it just kind of spread like a wildfire.
So, the other point that you mentioned is the one of disposal, and whether it's reuse or whether it's just disposal, and there the role of municipalities is absolutely indispensable. So, where do we stand when that aspect of the plastic cycle is concerned?
See, we do not interact so much on regular basis with municipalities because we are our clients. We are basically removing plastic, giving the people the option of not choosing plastic, and we are not actually dealing with municipalities.
Sure. Abhinash, if I can, your work reminds me of the need to have credible indexes and monitoring systems, whether it comes to any kind of sort of environmental challenges. So can you just tell us that about that how are we mapping vulnerabilities and risks, and to what extent have we developed these systems?
Thank you, and first of all, congratulations to Open in terms of having this conversation amidst all of the chaos going outside. So many congratulations, but I'll start with an anecdote largely. If you are in the finance ministry corridors and if you're working around the budget time, then there is a whisper that goes around that the real finance minister is not the finance minister from any political party. It used to be the monsoons, and now it has become the fossil fuels. So I'll link between the energy, what Sandeep briefly touched upon, and our work at IPE Global. What we have been trying to do is largely map and understand where does the climate risk come in. Now, the climate risk problem is not a climate problem. It's an environmental problem. It's a social problem. More importantly, it's a country problem. And why I say it, because 85% of Indian districts, that's where our numbers suggest from the study, that 85% of Indian districts are extreme event hotspots. What does that mean? That primarily means that 8 out of 10 Indians are exposed either to cyclone, flood, drought, or heat wave. And what you rightly also asked, Sandeep, about the energy demand surging, and we can still see somebody sitting here is also waving in terms of the heat, right? So these are fundamental basic problems which are coming in terms of understanding. What we have done is, as a country, we have done very well in terms of having some of the best policies in the world. But in terms of implementing them until the bottom of the pyramid, at village level, at block levels, we have missed out because we haven't built in the capacity. The conversations around the corridors of Delhi, state capitals is very good, but once you go down into the districts and villages, you really don't have capacity, but that intent. And that's where the theory of changes, what you call it as monitoring and evaluation, we call it as theory of changes, theory of change, actually is sifting. Now sifting in terms of how many lives are we saving. I'll again cite another example, 1999 super cyclone in Odisha, 10,000 people died. 2019, one intensity below Fani happened, and Odisha could register single-digit loss of lives. Now, from loss of lives, we need to pivot into loss of livelihoods, and that's where how many jobs are we creating? basically addressing the trinity of jobs, growth, and sustainability, and that's where one of our critical work on mapping the climate readiness comes in, where the top 10 emitting states, what potential do they have in terms of creating more and more green jobs? And that's where I think what Vida rightly suggested about creating more of that behavioral changes. So it's triad now, only numbers can define, although in AI, ML you need data and numbers to feed in, but what is more important is how many more jobs are we creating? Because the more we pivot into green, the more and more the traditional jobs are going to be shifting. Are we creating enough of those space for skilling them in terms of creating that, right, job? Now, I'll give you another very anecdotal example. If you are putting in ACs after AC, do you have enough AC mechanics who understand the real crux of changing, right? These are very fundamental societal questions that we are looking at, and as an organization who has been trying to pivot the larger green shift, both systemically, technologically, and financially in terms of being a catalyst, not just in India, but across global south, I think these theory of changes are changing now.
So one quick question on that is, as you pointed out that, how things can change once you step out of cities, go into districts, which brings us to the fact that maybe, how do we, make models granular? In the sense that, that one size fits all is obviously not, may not work, and these variations can be regional, they can be sub-regional, and how do you tap that knowledge into policy in terms of climate preparedness, as you put it, whether in terms of livelihoods or in terms of, infrastructure?
The biggest problem we in so-called elite intellectuals or scientists or practitioners do is we think we have the best of the best knowledge, and communities, once we go there, we try to impede those knowledges onto them. They already know. What we miss out is the language of communication. I'll give you another example from one of our studies. A couple of years back when I went back to Bihar, and I had a conversation with the then forest minister, and I asked him, I'm doing something on climate change, creating a budget framework. He colloquially asked me, "Oo ka hai?" Right? That was the conversation. And then I came back and I was shattered, because what work am I going to do in the state if the minister himself doesn't understand Jalvayu Parivartan? And once I saw the budget, I could see a lot more expenditures happening. Because the CM was from civil engineering, he understands Apada Prabandhan than Jalvayu Parivartan, and that's where the crux we often miss is the communities by large. If you have to train your models, you have to understand the India story is not a Bihar story or a Maharashtra or a Delhi story, but the Kushinagar, the Gorakhpur district stories, and more importantly, the village stories. And that's where you need to train your model, imbibe them with what is happening at a hyper granular level, supplement with some primary data, and then downscale your models. That's where the precision comes in.
Pulkit, you work in the areas of environmental law regulation. I just want to put this question to you because just going by what you see in the media, how well are the judicial processes which deal with environmental cases, disputes, with issues and regulations working? The reason I ask this is because, you keep reading that almost every environmental project, ends up in court. Of course, this impression can be misleading because, there might be many others that go through as well. But recently, a bench of the Supreme Court asked the question that, is every project going to be opposed? So really your sense, because you work in the field, how are both these aspects working? One is the regulation aspect, and secondly is the court legal judicial aspect.
See, I'll give you only brief aspects of this entire legal perspective, because it would be too complicated for you to understand as to how things works. But as far as the projects are concerned, there are only two licenses which is required for the environmental perspective. One is the environmental clearance, which is known as EC. Another is the forest clearance, which is known as FC. So FC is required wherever the project is nearby to forest, and EC is required in general, which is environmental clearance. So every project requires EC. If you have not complied with EC, you will end up before the court. Only then you will end up before the court, otherwise you are not ending up before the court. If anybody is dragging you to the court, you will get free. So earlier there was a court which was NEPA that back in 1996, then it was NETA, then now it is NGT which has been formed in 2010. We had Forest Bench which was sitting every Friday in the Supreme Court of India to hear only the environmental matters, but now that has been scraped off. So we hear out the matters every day, be it of the environment or the otherwise. But the notion that every matter is coming before the Supreme Court, every project is coming before the National Green Tribunal and it is getting stuck and so on and so forth is not correct. Because if you have not complied, obviously you will get penalized. If you have complied, then nobody is going to bother you. It's as simple as that.
So here again, you know, I mean, of course, you know, this matter can sort of is up for discussion because sometimes you get the impression that some of the litigants have a position or a view. And so, of course, in court you have to argue on the basis of facts and evidence. But the process is that, you know, it's not as if, you know, they're going to be very satisfied because there are some credible safeguards. Sometimes it's a, you know, it's an ideological or a political position.
Those are known as pro-litigant. Their only job is to bring litigation before the court. So I'll give you the example of strip wreckage which is happening in Gujarat. So strip wreckage is one of the business which happens in Gujarat wherein the ships are destroyed and the materials are used for refurbishing and restructuring and recreation in some other projects. One of the motorbikes of Bajaj was also created out of INS Vikrant. So there was a huge protest which was happening in Gujarat that ship wreckage things shall not happen in the ports of Gujarat, be it the Kalandi or be it the Kandla. So then if you have a notion in your mind that something is bad, then it's bad for you, no matter what good it is bringing for you at the end of the day. If you have the notion in your mind that something is good for you, no matter how bad it is for you. Let's take it for example, if you are in a habit of drinking cold drinks, if you think that it is good for you, then you think it is good for you, but although it is not good for you. But if you are in a habit of drinking coconut water, and if you are not in a habit of drinking coconut water, even if it is good for you, you will not drink it, thinking that, no, this is sheer waste of money, let me buy normal water. So people who think that, no, something is wrong, it is wrong for them. People who think that something is right, it is right for them. So is the case with the nuclear power plants. There are so many people who are not agreeing to it, but it is actually good. You have a lot of thorium with yourself. You signed a contract with the Australia to have uranium also. So that is going to help you at the end of the day for the energy.
So I'll come back to you in the second round on you know, some of the more specific aspects of, yeah, we're going through very quickly. So some of the very specific aspects of EIA and FRA. So once again, Sandeep, on green hydrogen, if you can just, what are the kind of resources that Niti Aayog came up with a plan about, I think, about 4 or 5 years ago when they started talking about it in terms of a policy, or that perhaps was indication of government, getting interested with the idea. But what are the kind of resources that we need, and what are its applications?
So in terms of green hydrogen, the resources we need is water, and we need to split water. As you know, water is H2O, which is 2 hydrogen and 1 oxygen. So when we split it through a process called electrolysis, oxygen becomes a byproduct and hydrogen is what we use. And when we split this through electrolysis by powering it with the renewable energy, this process is called green hydrogen. So water is one of the raw materials for making green hydrogen, and electrolysis is the process of doing it. Power has to be renewable energy. We are very fortunate today. We have Shri Amitabh Kant over here, who is the man behind Green Hydrogen Mission of India. So thank you.
Thank you everyone for this discussion. I have signaled that we should move on. Okay, so thank you once again for joining us. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's give the stellar panel a huge round of applause. Thank you so much. I'll request all of you to come together for a group picture, please. And post that, I'll request Rajiv sir to offer a small token of appreciation to all our panelists. But in the meantime, if we can get you together for a picture, please. Thank you once again. Thank you so much. Please do join us back in the audience. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we now in fact are going to move forward, and we're going to move forward to a very key moment for each one of us, and I hope it's a key moment for each one of you as well. Ladies and gentlemen, for Open, an issue is more than a collection of stories. It is in fact a statement about the conversations that we believe deserve attention. And today, ladies and gentlemen, we add a very important new chapter to that journey of ours, bringing together some of the most compelling voices and perspectives on sustainability. This special issue reflects Open's commitment to engaging with ideas that we believe are shaping India's future. It gives us great pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, today to unveil the Open Sustainability Special Issue, hot off the press. And for that, ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming now on stage S. Prasanna, Editor, Open Media Network; Ricky Cage, Padma Shri awardee, 3 times Grammy winner; and our guest of honor, Mr. Amitabh Kant, former G20 Sherpa India and former CEO, Niti Aayog, to kindly join us on stage, please. And let's keep the applause going, ladies and gentlemen, as we, of course, take this opportunity to unveil the Open Sustainability Special Issue, hot off the press. Could we have the copies on stage, please? That deserves a huge round of applause as we, of course, get all our delegates together for a photo opportunity as well. For each one of us to remember. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now going to move forward to a conversation which is very aptly titled. It's called India's Race to 2047, Balancing Growth, Balancing Innovation, and Balancing Sustainability. India's journey towards 2047 will require it to achieve something very few countries have in fact managed to do. At comparable scale, dramatically expand its economy, infrastructure, and even opportunities. All of this while simultaneously transitioning towards a far more sustainable model. And drawing on our guest of honor's experience across public policy, economic transformation, innovation, and India's global engagement, ladies and gentlemen, the next conversation that will follow will in fact look at the strategic choices that in fact could define the next 2 decades, and where India, in fact, has the opportunity not simply to follow global models, but in fact to create its own. Ladies and gentlemen, with a huge round of applause, join me in welcoming our guest of honor, Mr. Amitabh Kant, former G20 Sherpa India and former CEO, Niti Aayog. Also join me in welcoming the moderator of this conversation, Ullek NP, Executive Editor, Open Media Network. Let's welcome sir on stage with a huge round of applause, please. Please do join us, sir. Ullek, do join us on stage. Please, sir, please do join us. Once again, thank you so much for taking our time, and Ullek, the floor is now all yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, Amitabh Kant is someone who needs no introduction, but I take the liberty of introducing him. I take the pride of introducing him because as an IAS officer, he He is known as a top-notch bureaucrat who has had a stellar career, but he started off from my hometown. He was first posted in Kannur, my hometown. So it's a great thing. And it was from there he started off a lot of initiatives that caught public imagination, and it was, of course, from the neighboring district of Kozhikode that he started pursuing his green push, green initiatives, cleaning up a large pond which had not been cleaned or cleared for centuries. So I want to ask you this question, since when have green technologies, since you are someone obsessed with technologies, you've also about microchips and generative AI and things like that. But when did this thing strike you first, about going green?
So, Oleg, it's important to realize that we are a $4 trillion economy. The Prime Minister's ambition is that India should be a fully developed economy by the time we become 147. That means that India should become a $30+ trillion economy. $30+ trillion economy means that your GDP has to grow 9 times, but your manufacturing has to grow 16 times. But your urbanization will have to be 22 times more, because India's urbanization process has just begun. You will see 500 million Indians getting into the process of urbanization in the next 3.5 decades. So every minute, 30 Indians will move from rural areas to urban areas. Now, this means that this is one of the biggest opportunities in the world to do sustainable development. When the western part of the world was urbanizing, they made, the Americans actually bought over their car companies, bought over the railway companies and destroyed them so that cars could sell. So they made cities for cars and not for people. In India, there's an opportunity that when you're going to make 500 new cities, 500 million people are going to get into the process of urbanization. Can you create sustainable cities of the future? Can you create green cities? Can you make cities for cycling and walking, which is very important? And can you improve the quality of life of your citizens? Can you recycle your water? Can you recycle your waste? Can you ensure better livability for your citizens? That's important. And that is the opportunity for India. And that can only happen if we are able to use technology to leapfrog in many ways. And that would mean, that are you able to use solar energy? Are you able to use wind energy? Are you able to leapfrog towards electric mobility rather than fossil fuel? And are you able to build up a post-industrial society of tomorrow using green hydrogen? So this is, to my mind, the biggest opportunity in the world. And that is what India must advocate. Don't repeat the mistakes which the western part of the world has already done, but create a new path of a sustainable future for Indians.
But how is it possible how is it possible to achieve economic development without causing problems without damaging environment? Are you sure that we aren't going to compromise on environmental sustainability in that process?
That will be, that is possible if and only if Indians realize that there's an alternative path, that you are climatically blessed. In no other country in the world, only India has the climatic condition to do solar energy. The only other country which has similar climatic condition is Saudi Arabia, but Saudi Arabia is full of fossil fuel. So India can do 1,500 gigawatt of renewable energy by 2030. Our target is 500. That was a target for meeting the COP21 targets fixed in Paris. But now it's a security consideration because West Asia crisis has demonstrated that you can't be a country which will import 90% of the fossil fuel and 50% of the gas. So you should go for renewable energy, clean energy. You should be able to crack water and produce green hydrogen, and you can become the largest producer of green hydrogen in the world. You can be the biggest exporter of ammonia, and you can be the largest manufacturer of electrolyzer. You can actually drive India into doing most of your manufacturing of steel and cement on green hydrogen rather than fossil fuel. Delhi has come out with one of the most dynamic policies of electric vehicles, that they will not, after 2 years, they will not register two-wheelers and three-wheelers which are driven on fossil fuel. That's a policy which every state of India and every union territory of India should replicate, so that mobility gets driven by electric vehicles. Your houses are driven by renewable energy. Your manufacture is driven by green hydrogen. And that's very much a doable reality. It's very much in the realm of possibility.
You have made policies and implemented policies all your life. You are also a strategist. You are a consultant as of now. But how is it possible, or how viable or easy is it to ensure that this sustainable growth is also inclusive growth? What are the kind of structural reforms that the country would need to make, or to ensure that a lot of people don't fall behind?
So the key challenge is that in the world there's a lot of disruption happening. There's new technology coming in. We are in the midst of conflicts across the world. Post-World War II has seen a relative period of stability, but you're seeing conflicts in the heart of Europe for 4.5 years. The Russia-Ukraine war is going on for 4.5 years. You've seen a conflict in Middle East, you're seeing a conflict in West Asia. So firstly, that period of stability has gone, there's conflict. Secondly, you're seeing a breakdown of global supply chains. The world had seen the rise of China and later, in recent times, of India, because of global supply chains and value chains. They have got completely disrupted. And Trump has brought in muscular industrial policies, protectionism. But there's also, in the midst of this conflict and in the breakdown of supply chain, we are seeing the biggest rise of productivity the world has ever seen. And that is because of artificial intelligence. People say that artificial intelligence will lead to loss of jobs. No technology in the world has actually led to loss of jobs. Same fear was raised when the Industrial Revolution came in. Same fear was created when electricity came in. Same fear came in when computerization came in. And in your state of Kerala, the Communist Party did not allow computerization in Kerala for 2 decades. Only when the CPM's office was computerized did they allow computers to come into Kerala. But computerization did not lead to loss of jobs. And AI will not lead to loss of jobs, they'll lead to creation of new kind of jobs. You'll need more data scientists, you'll need more machine learners, you'll need more product developers, you'll need more engineers of artificial intelligence. And that is what we need to do in India, change the curriculum from class 5th onwards. Every school, every college, every IIT, every triple IIT should focus on artificial intelligence, because it's a technology which will embed every single sector of your economy. We are losing time, so that you have to impart this new education from class 5th onwards. Your children should be learning the art of data, of machine learning, of artificial intelligence. That is critical to my mind.
Yeah, but we are all thrilled about artificial intelligence, but as of now, we are an AI power of sorts. India is an AI power of sorts in the sense that we are a big consumer, but not a producer of LLMs, language models, or for that matter, anything of that kind. OpenAI is interested in India, Anthropic is interested in India, they are interested in subsidizing their products in India because we are a big market, and there are other reasons, like economic reasons, like there are too many regulations in Europe, and in America you have a saturated market, and in China you have competitors. So India is the natural destination. So does that make you a little disappointed we aren't producers of AI?
So, like, first and foremost, we must understand that in the world of artificial intelligence, there's global interdependence. You know, it's driven by computing. And computing power is coming from one company, which is NVIDIA. 95% of the computing power is coming from one company, NVIDIA. But NVIDIA requires chips, and the chips are coming from TSMC of Taiwan, and it's coming from Samsung and SK Hynix of Korea. But for chips to be manufactured, you need lithography machines. And lithography machines, only one company in the world makes, ASML in Netherlands. And to make those machines, you need specialized glasses which come from Zeiss of Germany. And for those glasses, you need helium gas from Qatar. So you're seeing this interdependence. But for computing power to run, you need data. And all the data which is presently on the internet will all end by 2030. All of this would have been consumed. You'll need new data from emerging markets. 25% of the data in the world comes from India. And more data will come from emerging markets like India. And therefore, data, you can't be a champion of everything. You have to be a champion of some nodes. And to my mind, there are 3 or 4 things which India can do. You can control the data. You have progressive policies. You can control data centers because you've already built about 280 gigawatt of renewable energy. And you have the talent. So if you read the Stanford AI Index, for the first time in the world, AI talent is coming back to India from the rest of the world, and they're coming back to India for the global capability centers, 2,700 global capability centers, and for many of our startups. So you can be a champion of talent which will drive AI in the world. You can be a champion of data. You can be a champion of progressive policies. You can be a champion of data centers with renewable energy. All this is possible for India. Now, the game of AI has just begun. The race is never won by the first mover. If you look at internet, the first move was not done by Google. It was done by a company called Alta Vista, which went bust. But Google came out a winner in that race. If you look at hardware, computers, the initial race was not driven by Steve Jobs. It was driven by a person called Clive Osborne. He did the first computers, but he went bust. The race was won by Apple and later by Microsoft. So my view is that AI will get commoditized, and we have to look. AI will get commoditized and will get cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. Right now, excessive amount of computing power is being used. OpenAI and Claude are using excessive amount of computing power. I mean, look at the OpenAI deal. 11 gigawatt deal with NVIDIA means 5 million Blackwell computers being used. That's excessive computing power. And what China is demonstrating is that open source, they are able to drive AI in a much cheaper manner. So as it gets commoditized, it'll get cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. And the opportunity for India is to use AI for applications, to improve learning outcomes, health outcomes, nutritional standard, for better innovation, and to transform the lives of citizens. AI is not fit for purpose if you're not able to use it for transforming lives of citizens, for making it more inclusive, for more and more innovation. And that is what India should do, much like we've done in digital public infrastructure.
But do you think our public policymakers are taking stock of the hazards of having data centers in India? Everybody is kicked about the idea of having more and more data centers in India, but the experience that we have from US, from Georgia and other places, it's not good news. So what are the steps that we need to take? What are the safeguards we need?
It's a very important question, because data centers today, first of all, AI and data centers consume more electricity than the country of Japan. The CO2 emission is more than the city of New York. It consumes more water much more water than the entire bottled industry of the world. So you have to do data centers in a very sustainable manner, and you have to do it with renewable energy. The possibility of doing it in India with renewable energy is very high. The possibility of recycling water is very high, and that is what India should say, that India has the capacity and capability to do sustainable data centers of the future. And that is a huge opportunity for India. It may not be possible in the United States. They don't have renewable energy, they're fossil fuel. It may not be possible in Europe because of their very controlled policies. They don't have innovative policies, but it's possible for India to do it in a very sustainable manner.
So can you name some major initiatives that this government has taken to promote renewable energy in the sense of, making batteries, efficient batteries for electric vehicles and things like that? Are you happy with the way things are going in terms of policy?
Some path-breaking work has been done. Hugely path-breaking work has been done. I mentioned the EV policy of Delhi. I would say Chandrababu Naidu's policy on data centers and allowing Google to even run a discom is very progressive, but you need many more states. UP has come out with a very progressive policy recently. You need every state of India to drive renewables in a big way, to build up very digitized grid and transmission of the future, because bringing in AI in power transmission, distribution, grid is very critical, and you need every state of India to really push solar and wind in a very big way.
As someone who has steered a lot of campaigns, including the Goats on India campaign and also Incredible India campaign and all, do you feel that there is a need for a comprehensive awareness campaign to help people change mindset? Because I'll give you an example, why people need to change mindset. Because EV users, if you're an EV user, you need to get used to where the charging points are on your way to a long distance journey, and some people wouldn't like it, and some people don't want to do it, so they continue using fossil fuel run cars. So these kind of things, do you feel that we need to do a massive campaign on this front?
Well, you need greater awareness. You need mass momentum. In a vast country like India with 1.4 billion people, you need mass momentum, you need greater extension, mass communication in a very big way, but you need huge amount of innovation and you need constant disruption. Without that innovation and disruption, and you need many more startups to constantly disrupt. Large companies never drive innovation. They are status quo. You need younger companies to do disruption in a very big way. And one of the things we've noticed in the case of electric mobility, it was younger companies which really drove electric mobility. They actually forced the larger companies to push for electric mobility. Similar thing is going to happen in battery storage. You've seen this new company called Skyroot going into the space orbiter. Great amount of disruption taking place. That is what is going to happen. That in all these emerging areas of growth, you'll see younger companies, green hydrogen. It's all being driven by young startups. Greenco, Renew, Acme, these are all young companies which are doing a massive amount of disruption in the field of green hydrogen.
There is this, we had a discussion here before you came in, and people talked about green investing, that is investing in stocks owned by stocks of green companies. So there were people who were saying that you should promote it at least at an individual level. Do you think it's a viable decision to make?
No, the green companies are actually, all those who've gone in for green technologies right now, their stock seems to be doing rather well. My view is just the reverse, and that is that 1% of the companies in the world actually cause 49% of the CO2 emission in the world. These are fossil fuel companies. They are not penalized in the world, and they are not penalized because we don't have a system of accounting. much like stock markets, you are able to know whether a stock is going up or down. We should be able to access data and say whether the amount of CO2 emission that they're doing and how much of CO2 emission they're doing. I mean, nobody has a track of CO2 emissions, but they're doing it. And if you are able to put that out, the people of the world will penalize them. They will not buy their stocks, and in due course, they'll be penalized. So you need stock markets for CO2 emission rather than, the green companies have all, in India, has all done well. It's, look at the track record of all companies which have done disruption. They've all done well. But in the world, in the global economy, the companies which emit CO2 emissions, there's no methodology of tracking them and penalizing them through public by not putting the data in public domain. Their stock markets must punish them. Their stock markets must come down. I mean, if tomorrow large fossil fuel companies, if people come to know that they are the ones who are actually ruining the world of today and not making it sustainable, their stock prices must come down.
Now, this is a serious question, because nuclear energy is also considered it's green energy. And corporate behemoths, at least one of them is planning to enter the nuclear energy segment. What are your thoughts on these initiatives to develop our nuclear energy capability?
So nuclear energy is very critical because you can't do renewable energy without base load. So base load can only happen with nuclear energy. And one of the great things that's happened in nuclear energy, that there's been a lot of innovation for small modular reactors. Now, small modular reactors means that in small areas of land, about 10 acres of land, you can put about 30 gigawatt of renewable energy, etc. Smaller modular reactors all over the world. The government of India has taken several policy measures. It opened up the skies. For space technology, it opened up the drone sector, it opened up the defense sector, it opened up the geospatial sector, and it's opened up, through the Shanti Bill, it has opened up the small modular reactor sector, the nuclear sector, for private sector participation. So the next big burst of investments that will happen in India will be in the space sector, the drone sector, and the small modular reactor sector.
So what is your piece of advice to people who want to turn green at an individual level, at a personal level?
At a personal level, my suggestion would be that move away from fossil fuel vehicles, learn to cycle, learn to walk, drive electric two-wheelers, hop onto only an electric three-wheeler. I drive only an electric vehicle now, so I've switched over to Mahindra 9e, which is an electric vehicle. There's been conscious decisions have to be to recycle, to be a part of the circular economy. These are very critical. India must become a circular economy nation. India must also recycle everything, and that's critical for us. So every individual must take a conscious decision towards that. Otherwise, we'll create a vastly polluting, we don't even, people in Delhi are the worst of the lot because they don't even segregate waste at a household level. We keep saying Delhi is very dirty, the worst air quality is in Delhi. But the citizens of Delhi are to be blamed for it because they don't even segregate waste at a household level. And they say municipal corporation is malfunctioning. First of all, make your household function. That's important. So the citizens have to own responsibility for this.
Make your bed first.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you very much for this invigorating discussion. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time.
My congratulations for driving this sustainable summit. Heartiest congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Kant. Thank you so much. Let's give him a huge round of applause. I'll request you to kindly stay on stage with us. At this point, I'd like to take this opportunity to invite S. Prasanna, editor at Open Magazine, to kindly join us on stage to offer a small token of appreciation to Mr. Kant, please. Thank you so much once again. sir, for your time once again. Always a pleasure listening to you. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to keep the conversations going as we, of course, move forward to our next panel, which is called Making the Conscious Choice, the New Cool of Circular Economy. Now, sustainability, this is something that we've heard in almost every conversation all through the evening, which is that sustainability is increasingly moving from policy rooms into everyday choices, and rightly so. What we wear, what we eat, what we buy, even what we discard, right? So bringing together voices from fashion, conservation, and food, this conversation, in fact, will look at circularity, not merely as an industrial model, but also as a cultural and, more importantly, as a lifestyle shift as well, to try and understand how sustainability, in fact, can turn into a part of contemporary culture. And we do, in fact, have a stellar panel. With a huge round of applause, join me in welcoming Reena Dhaka, fashion designer, to join us on stage. Please, let's welcome her with a huge round of applause. Joining her, we have Neha Sinha, conservation biologist and author. Let's welcome her on the panel. Manish Malhotra, Chief and Founder at Nisaba, is joining us on the panel. And with a huge round of applause, let's also welcome our moderator, Kaveri Bamzai, film critic and contributing columnist, to in fact steer what promises to be a very riveting conversation for each one of us. But let's welcome them with a louder round of applause, please. Thank you so much. Welcome to each one of you. Thank you for taking our time. Kaveri, the floor is all yours.
Yes, I think so. So, at least some applause for such a good-looking panel. Thank you.
I mean you are the good-looking panel.
No, apart from me. But I think it's nice to see all of you sort of looking the part as well. Reena, you're wearing khadi, or, yeah, talk a little about what you're wearing.
So I'm wearing something of my collection. What makes it a unique kind of khadi is that my father, who is a traditional, we have zamindari system, but in Rajasthan, his cousin is very passionate about the soil. 9 years, not a trace of chemical. He has planted his cotton seeds and has created looms to create a fabric which they wash in Rita with non-GMO seeds, not a trace of any chemical down the way. So I've learning a lot on the way of going in this genre, of developing more fabrics with him, which belong to the earth. The hand feel, the durability is way higher than even a polyester.
We'll come to that later because that is actually also the enemy of fast fashion, but we'll come to that. I liked what you're wearing, which is also related to the plants and trees and the fireflies and the birds that you're always chasing. Neha is this wonderful author and a conservation biologist who's actually mapped the birds, the trees, and the gardens of Delhi and the NCR region. And it's quite a remarkable thing what you've done. It's such a pleasure to have read your book. So it's nice to see you dressed like that as well.
So this is actually a better cotton dress, meaning it's cotton without pesticides. And it's got the genda phool, which I love. I grew up seeing genda phool and, you know, garlands of genda phool at special times of our life. I think flowers follow us throughout our life at births and deaths and festivals. So just a shout out to that. And this is the hoopoe bird, which I used to see a lot in my childhood in Delhi, but I don't see that much anymore.
Right.
So I'm just trying to get people to see the hoopoe, at least if they can recognize it on my brooch.
Right.
And maybe they'll try to look for it in their lives as well.
Yeah, great. I think that deserves a round of applause. No? I'm going to make you work very hard. And Manish, I know you're dressed in your usual linen, but he has, I just asked him about sustainability, and he said, Sumit Mixi, what else is more sustainable? Talk about it.
Sumit Mixi is the most sustainable thing. 20 years, it doesn't break. And you can repair it every time.
Yeah.
And you won't believe I've traveled all over the world to do pop-ups and cooking. Whiter makes and all these fancy machines, they can't make chutney. Only Sumit or Sujata Mixi can make, and chefs from all over the world, they have asked me to leave it there only for them. Because when they see the price point, and the power, I think that's the perfect equipment. For example, that one equipment which is used every day in a household, in professional kitchens, which can be used properly, repaired as many times as you want, and it doesn't break.
And the pressure cooker. How can
Pressure
we forget
cooker,
the pressure
absolutely.
cooker? I think that goes with us wherever we go.
True.
So, Manish, I want to ask you about this whole idea of farm to fork. You know, we talk about it and, you know, we love to write about it as well. But it's not such an easy thing to do in a place like Delhi, is it? Where are our farms? We have lots of forks, but not enough farms.
I don't think so. There is any restaurant in India which is farm to fork. Not a single one. Not a single restaurant. People can claim anything whether they want, but it's not a single restaurant in India which is farm to fork in a genuine manner. But more than farm to fork, you can do many things in your kitchen, in your house, which can really save a lot of things. First thing, use all your ingredients properly, and it should be multiple use.
Like the
No
like
wastage.
the kacha kela in
That's what I'm
Bengal
saying. No
or the
wastage.
coconut in Kerala.
Plan your menu in such a way that if you're using something, it can be used in multiple things. Shorter menus. I request everybody, don't go to the restaurant and ask for 10 pages of menu and 200 dishes. Ask chefs to change it frequently rather than asking for 200 dishes.
Right.
Shorter menus are better. It's more precise. Chef will do a good job if she's cooking only 50 dishes rather than 200 dishes. So all these small things which you can actually, without talking about or without making any policies, you can easily execute in day-to-day life. And
Food wastage.
food, that's what I'm saying. If you are using it in a multiple ways, and if you are making only that much which is required for consumption,
There won't be, yeah.
there won't be wastage.
But that's also something that you must have processed over the years, right? Or was it something that you sort of inherently knew when you began in your career?
See, these things were always there. That is why
We always ate seasonal, we always cooked according to
everybody
the season.
used to get vegetables in their house and use it in a multiple ways.
Yeah.
And seasonality was there. The moment seasonality goes, if this point of time, if somebody is serving cauliflower on their menu, it's not correct. Green peas on their menu is not correct. Because these are not, you'll get it in the market, but it is not seasonal. And if you're using that, it's not, it means it's coming from somewhere else.
Right.
It's creating that much of carbon footprint. So if you're doing all simple things, it's very simple things, which you can easily follow and save a lot of things. And best part is you can save a lot of cost, a lot of money you can save. So it's two-way benefit. Save money, save environment, both in the same way.
Reena, you've been in the business, I think, as long as Manish, maybe longer, certainly as long as I have been. When you were sort of beginning, was sustainability something that was, that you knew, that you thought of, or you just picked up fabric because, well, it looked good?
No, so first of all, I am farm to fashion. I'm shocked to learn that there is nothing farm to fork.
The thing is, if you're using 3-4 things from a farm and making a whole menu, it doesn't make, you can't call it farm to fork.
Yes.
Till the time you're using everything from that farm. Yeah.
So when we began, we learnt about, obviously young, like how we are, when, like the Gen Z of today, you think no end of your own sense of style. At that point, we learned about wastage in a pattern or the design we create and how to save on that. And we called it katran. The masters and the tailors called it katran. So the idea was over the years to recreate them as design, or to it actually came at the time I was there, the designs got fueled by a need of the hour, which was really that when the machines get empty much faster. So how do you sustain them longer? So we started creating more raw edged designs. We started creating more detailing on the clothing, whether it's quilting, patchwork. Those became strangely designs. We were only looking at it as design, but they also became sustainable. Even in sequins, I remember years ago, I mixed up the leftover sequins, and I thought it was a good idea to embroider them together. A few years later, walking down in Chandni Chowk, I found it being sold. I said, this we called kachra. And the kachra became a design, and it was sustainable. So yes, factories, our ateliers, our workshops, they taught us how to be sustainable because it was required, that was the only way forward to absorb the unit in circulation by way of time, by way of costing, by way of also creating something which is your own, because there was so much of great design available everywhere. In fact, the leftovers created the design, which made it unique, like whether we put it in the edging or in the end of a flower. But it was never a whole, I must say. Yeah, there is immense wastage in export factories, which has created our mountains, as you see, outside Seelampur.
Yeah.
And I remember going towards Panipat. The road is full of it. If you take the back road from Faridabad, that also has these Katran mountains. And the government has made, I guess, policies on it. But when I saw it last 2 months ago, there was only one little, it looked like a thread-sized road roller or some of those machines going on that mountain. But it's not going to happen so easy.
Right, but a lot of designers are now using what they used to call waste and reusing it, or upcycling or recycling.
Yeah, there's refashion, recycle, upcycle.
Things that our mothers told us long time ago.
Yeah.
The phata t-shirt became a duster, and the duster became I don't know what after that.
And also the grandmothers, they never threw the saris. The saris became pillows, they became quilts. Then they became some sofa covers. It was forever, the recycling. Now with fashion becoming so driven by change and the AI speed, which the minister, I'm sorry, is not a minister, but like Mr. Kant mentioned, but with the speed of AI, when you want to transform, how do you do it without trying to offend your environment? So there is that kind of a hypocrisy in that.
Neha, I love that you chase fireflies, birds, trees. I think you literally talk to trees, and you do this in the dark of the night. I don't know how you do that. But it's a remarkable life, and it's a remarkable thing that you've chosen to do. Talk about what made you follow this.
I think I was always interested in things that are beyond human beings. I think all of us who've ever spoken to a tree or spoken to animals or believes that aliens exist, it's because we are looking to understand our own world, perhaps through a non-human lens. And you know, even in my work as a conservation biologist, most of our programs and policies and projects are to center the non-human. So even when it comes to choosing what a customer should know or how a customer chooses different products, we are trying to ensure that products are wildlife friendly. I'll give you an example. So if you have cotton, we are working in a place called Chhindwara in central India, and there are tigers in the cotton fields. They use the cotton fields to disperse. Now tigers are fierce carnivores that can be very scary if you live with them. They use the cotton fields to disperse in order to find new territories. So we believe that the tiger has the right to roam. Similarly, in southern India and parts of Bengal, etc., you have a lot of elephants coming to, say, a banana plantation. So I believe the consumer has a right to know which kind of banana she's eating, what kind of cotton she's consuming or wearing, and the wildlife-friendly initiative is to ensure that the farmer gets a fair price, a higher price, if he's not harming the wildlife. So what started as a fascination for something that's beyond people kind of came into how can we mainstream this? Because we want an India where we are growing and people are, you know, living nice lives, but also in India that has the tiger and the leopard and the snow leopard and the lion and the jugnu that you're talking about. And in fact, when I was a little girl growing up, around civil lines of North Delhi, we used to have jugnus at this time of the year. This is the monsoon of Delhi, and our lawns were full of them. And one day they kind of disappeared. So in my book, I'm trying to search for the jugnu, which is again a search for meaning. Can we have a world where we can all live together? Like, it's not necessary that we choose a trajectory where there'll be no hoopus, no jugnus, no tigers in cotton fields, no, elephants roaming around banana plantations. You can't really cage wild animals in the way that you can't control nature completely. So the idea is to see if we can live in some form of coexistence, which also empowers the consumer. So I'm sure if you had a choice between a cotton which is tiger friendly and a cotton which is just a regular cotton, you might choose the tiger friendly one. At least you need to have that choice. And our work is trying to reach that place where you have this multiplicity of choices. So my life is divided equally between field work, meeting policymakers.
Meeting tigers and people together.
Yeah, the tigers are usually pretty easy. It's the policymakers that can be a little tough.
I loved what you said here. In India, human and animal paths cross. I want to read this out. Collide or even merge. The jackal crosses the road, the hornbill flies overhead, the spider jumps away, and the mongoose visits gardens. It's so lovely. It's the way we live, right? We live with all these animals surrounding us, but we don't see them. And you also talk about the loss of private gardens in Delhi. And that's something that it didn't strike me until I read your book. It's true. I mean, every green inch has been taken over by concrete.
So I think in a way it's inevitable that you're going to lose lawns in a place like Delhi where housing is a crisis. But at the same time, we can have better zoning. We can ensure that every area is served by a green belt, and not just a random green belt, but a green belt which is native to this place. So native Delhi trees is what we need more than anything. We don't need the Dubai palms. We need the Delhi semal and the palash and the dhau and these kind of trees that can withstand heat and a little bit of frost as well. So while the lawns are gone, there's no reason why everything else also needs to go. We still have incredible biodiversity in Delhi. And it's so strange because it's India's largest city, but we have more than 400 bird species.
Which is the second largest.
Second most diverse capital on earth, second greenest capital on earth. I think this is a wonderful achievement, something we should be proud of. So Delhi is not just the place with the worst AQI and horrible people, as we're all called horrible by the rest, like our Bombay friends and Cal friends, but also a city with a very incredible living biodiversity.
Which brings me to you, Manish, when she talked about elephant-friendly bananas. Elephant-friendly bananas. I mean, it's a lovely idea, isn't it? And it's really, it goes right into the heart of how you cook and how you present your food. Everything has to be seasonal, everything has to belong to a certain place, and try and cook as locally and seasonally as possible. That's really the heart of good cooking.
Absolutely. Like for anything, first thing you have to now, the trend is to keep it simple. So as much simple food you can cook without any lot of paraphernalia.
Like dal muradabadi.
So
there's this wonderful dish on Nisaba's menu, which I think is his favorite and the favorite of a lot of people, the dal muradabadi. Talk a little about that later.
It's just boiled moong dal. When people say it's bimar wali dal, but the thing is, simple food, when you make simple food beautifully, that is the key nowadays. All over the world, chefs are following, and without using too many things from different parts of the world. Definitely certain things you cannot avoid. If you have to use them, you have to use them. But slowly, slowly, a lot of small farmers, a lot of small manufacturers are producing a lot of things in India itself, like
the avocado,
Japanese miso. So miso is one such thing. Now there are people in Goa and Pune, the young Gen Zs, they are creating a lot of beautiful misos and all these things which people in Japanese restaurant can use. A lot of soy sauce is being produced in locally. So there are a lot of work is happening. Only thing is we have to explore and plan our work and menu in such a way and train people in kitchen. So I follow 3 R's in my kitchen. First thing is reuse. Second thing is replace. If this cannot be, it's not good, replace it. And third is refuse, not to use it anyway. So these are the things, simple things. Don't cling wrap your thing, put a lid. So these are the small things which we are forgetting. पहले हम सभी सामान फ्रिज में ढक्कन लगा के रखते थे, आज हम सब क्लिंग रैप करके रखते हैं. That's not correct. We were doing something correct, we are changing it ourselves because we want to become modern. So it's not that it's hygienic, ढक्कन is also hygienic. So these are the things which practice used to be followed, simple practice has to come back. That's the only thing.
What is the one thing that you'd like to see come back, which you saw in your childhood and you saw your mom do it or people around you doing?
More use of vegetables which are considered not fashionable vegetables.
Such as?
Everything.
Kia, tori.
Pumpkin. Pumpkin is such a versatile vegetable which now everybody is calling it butternut squash, then you can sell it for 1,000 rupees. But the thing is, it's the same pumpkin which कद्दू की सब्जी खाते हैं पूरी के साथ में खट्टी मीठी चाहे बनारस में हो चाहे चांदनी चौक में हो. It's a great thing and chefs are using all over the world. So pumpkin is one such vegetable. Second thing is your lauki, which is using versatile way in different cuisine. Bangan, all these things. But now we are following about asparagus, avocado. I want to start my breakfast brunch in my restaurant and the tagline will be no avocado breakfast.
Thank God. If I eat one more avocado toast, I think I'll throw up.
So simple things. Only thing is those vegetables which are not considered, work on them, make it exotic. With your craft and with your recipe, make it exotic. People will love it.
The same philosophy works in fashion, right? Use your regular fabric. And
basically,
exotic.
You can refashion. For the guys are actually more, men were more sustainable, I feel, by their life than women were, because men re-wore the same suits, they wore the same shirts.
And they took great pride in fitting into them 20 years later.
Yeah, they can wear the same clothes. So in fact, women need to learn from men that I always think that the Peter repeater is the right guy in today's life, because you are making that one step to saving the earth. Also to not wash your clothes so much, that again is, so we can we are a very hot country, but 2 times we can sun them, to recycle and to repeat your clothes. I've always told the girls, whenever you're repeating, even like the Queen Kate Middleton, when she repeats her clothes, it becomes a big story.
News.
Angelina Jolie's dress, her daughter wore to the Oscars, which she wore so and so.
Gwyneth Paltrow's daughter wore some dress.
So, and we have this apprehension, oh my God, I can't be seen in this again, I wore it yesterday. But let's learn it from the men. They wear the same clothes or they wear similar looking clothes. And I think they're way more sustainable than women are.
At least the men can applaud themselves. Very...
I mean,
Veena is actually praising all of you.
I do think
Indian men whose fashion sense is like... I never thought very highly of it.
No, now guys are getting kurtas. I see my friends wearing them.
As long as they don't wear V-neck T-shirts, tight and pointy shoes. Please.
Oh, that gets you.
That's there.
Okay. So the Bollywood, I always thought, like, my only critique was the male actors. They looked so handsome and they looked perfect. One, they all wear leather jackets in Bombay. Two, wear those pointy shoes.
Yes.
Why?
And then everyone else followed.
Yeah, and then the rest of India
Yeah.
wants to look like the bhais and whatever, the heroes of the earth. Yeah, but the regular guys are better. But yeah, footwear, I guess now with the Indian shift happening towards clothing, maybe the men become more relaxed. They can finally wear the kurta pajama of the ancestors with the sandals and be more at peace in the weather of our city.
I hope so. Neha, your love for trees especially, and there are, I believe, 18 heritage trees in Delhi. What is a heritage tree? I mean, how would I recognize it? I just see some fascinating banyan trees, for instance. They look thousands of years old or hundreds of years old, but how would I recognize a heritage tree?
You can come with me, I'll show them to you. Okay, so
do you do walks, by the way?
I don't, but I can.
I think you should
try.
start, business idea.
Thank you.
Green business idea.
There are 18 heritage trees chosen by the Delhi government, but actually we should probably have 2,000 of them.
Yeah, I'm
because
sure
we
we
have
do.
so many old trees. Everybody's got a story about an old tree. And, you know, I did a lot of interviews for the book, and a lot of people spoke about my grandmother's house or my mother's house, and there was a tree in the courtyard, and, you know, the tree was special. It was a witness to their lives.
Yeah.
So in Delhi, we are still fortunate to have old trees, you know, whether it's students protesting, whether it's the tailor wala, whether it's the barber, you know, trees
The
also...
chick wala,
the
they're
chick
all
wala,
under
yeah.
a tree.
So it also sustains so much industry. It gives shade to people. At red lights, you find people clustering under trees to, you know, escape the summer. We definitely have to do better for our trees, but Delhi is fortunate to have this rich history of having old trees. So this year I counted 100,000 migratory birds. 100,000 migratory birds. They're called rosy starlings. They come to India from Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, basically the steppe mountains. They were on the jamun trees on Kartavya Path. And you know, just those old jamun trees, which we've all visited as little boys and girls.
Yeah.
Because if you remember earlier, you had this boat paddling around
Yes,
India
yes,
Gate,
of
right?
course.
And we used to eat that kala khatta, and we used to go boat paddling, and those jamun trees were there. So those jamun trees on Kartavya Path between India Gate and Rashtrapati Bhavan actually play host to 100,000 birds every kind of around the end of winter. And then those birds will go back to Central Asia. So just to think that, you know, a tree is so important for people and small enterprise, but also, of course, so important for local biodiversity and international biodiversity. So the fact that we have so many trees in Delhi still, I think should be a matter of great pride. And the incredible species you're talking about, banyans and peepal, and pilkhan is another one related to the banyan. I find it interesting, they grow in the most odd places. So you'll have one growing out of like a municipal toilet. You'll have one growing out of an old house. And it's almost like the tree is defying all odds. Then there's the semal, which blossoms around spring every year, which also grows itself. I find them breaking central verges. I find them, you know, growing on pavements because it's a very drought-proof tree. It's only when it flowers that everybody notices it. But these are trees with a real spirit, and they offer a kind of resistance to the difficulties of life because somehow they're managing to survive and break the rock and break the pavement.
Just like Delhiites.
Just like us, yes.
Great.
Yes.
Just a last quick question. You talked about kala khatta. Kala khatta, it's one of the things you use as well, no?
Yes. Earlier it was falsa.
Ah.
Salsa is also like jamun for 2 months.
Right.
1 week back, I've changed the menu, and it is Baramulla Mishri cherries. First thing, like, we know about green, Granny Smith green apple, golden delight, all these things, but we don't know our native things. So Baramulla Mishri is a name for a cherry from Kashmir. So that we are doing now, so something
Great.
similar
I
to
have to
Kala
come
Khatta.
to your restaurant.
So we're all going to go to Nisaba next, where Reena Dhaka's cotton, and follow you on your walk.
Yes.
Yes?
Sounds good.
Great. Thank you so much, all three of you. I could just go on forever, but obviously I can't. Thank you. I think this calls for some applause. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. What a conversation, and to understand various factors and how small things can really make us far more sustainable in our personal lives as well. So thank you so much for taking our time. Kaveri, we'll request you all to come together for a group picture, and then we'll request you to hand over a small token of appreciation to our panelists, please. Let's give them a huge round of applause, please. We'll request you to kindly stay back on stage. Kaveri, if you could offer a small token of appreciation to our panelists, please. Thank you so much. It was lovely hearing from each one of you. Thank you for taking our time. Kaveri, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we've now literally reached the point where we're going to present our final act, as they say. This time around, the conversation is going to be about the responsibility of influence, purpose, planet, and possibilities. Ladies and gentlemen, climate action is shaped not only by policy and technology, but also by culture. But most importantly, it's driven by the people who can make complex issues resonate with a much wider public and a much wider audience. And drawing on our next guest's journey as a Grammy-winning composer, environmental advocate, and a United Nations Goodwill Ambassador, this conversation will try and explore the responsibility that comes with influence. And most importantly, the ability of creativity to build emotional connections that, of course, can move in alignment with environmental issues as well. Ladies and gentlemen, with a huge round of applause, join me in welcoming Padma Shri awardee, United Nations Goodwill Ambassador, 3 times Grammy Award winner, Ricky Cage, on stage, please. He, in fact, will be in conversation with Kaveri Bamzai, film critic and contributing columnist. Let's welcome them with a huge round of applause on stage, please. Ricky, good to have you with us. Thank you for taking our time. Kaveri, welcome back. The floor is all yours.
Okay, I've been trying to persuade Ricky to sing, and he has told me, do not ask me to do that. So, of course, I asked him to do that.
You should have asked the chef to cook something on stage.
Poor chef. What would he have cooked? The pumpkin, I think. But Ricky, it's such a pleasure first to have you here.
Nayan, with you, I mean that I've met you so many times. This is the first time we are having a conversation. The absolute legend, Kaveri. A big round of applause to her. Come on.
But Ricky, tell me, what was the moment when you realized that nature matters, the environment matters? Because you were quite happy in your band, making jingles. What, 3,500 of them?
Actually, there were 2 or 3 moments of realization, but me being an environmentalist, that started much, much earlier. So even though...
You were still what? Ram Gyan? That's your real name?
No, that's... Actually, what happened was that when I was born, my father had named me Ram Gyan Cage, but then 2 days after I was born, he named me Ricky Cage because at that time I was born in America. So he had a very complicated name, so he did not want the same problems to exist in Americans pronouncing his name,
I don't know what they have done with your name.
Yeah, so that's why. So he decided that let's just give him a Western name, because at that point there was no plans to move back to India. But when I was 6 years old, that's when the whole family moved back to India. And since I was 6 years old, I've been here. But to answer your question, so I grew up in this really small town in America called Roanoke Rapids in North Carolina. And there was a lot of nature around us. We lived in pretty much the middle of nowhere. We literally had a brook flowing through our home.
Wow.
So lots of nature, lots of wildlife, but not, tigers and lions and all of that stuff, but snakes and lizards, the creepy crawly kind of, wildlife. And so we would have them entering our home on a regular basis, and my parents and my teachers would tell me that the second you see them, step on them and kill them, or spray something on them and kill them. And my question to them at about 2 or 3 years old would be that, if you're supposed to kill them, then why are they here, They obviously have some purpose. And of course, now we all know that every single species of animal, no matter how seemingly insignificant, is a really important part of the ecosystem. And it's this delicate balance of the ecosystem that keeps all of us alive. But that is where my environmental roots started. And then at the same time, I became a musician. So that's what I always say, that ever since I remember, I've always been a musician and an environmentalist. And then later on, these two lives merged with each other.
But when did you realize the power of music to make you feel or understand the beauty of what is around us and why we must protect it?
So there were two phases on that. First was that when I started off my musical career, it was around 1998 when I started off my musical career. I started off doing commercials for television and for radio. So I was doing commercials for pretty much every brand that you can possibly imagine and their competitor, and in every part of the world. And I was working really hard. I would do between 2 to 3 commercials a day. I was composing a lot. And as you mentioned earlier, I did more than 3,500 of them in a span of about 13 years. So after doing this for about 13 years, it sort of dawned on me that these big brands understood the power of music, so much so that they were ready to spend a few $1,000s on me to create a piece of music for them to sell something, because they're always trying to sell something. And not only that, they're ready to spend a few $1 million to actually put this music on television and radio. So they understood that music is a very powerful language for communicating. Like every nation has got a national anthem.
Yeah.
And the moment you listen to the first few seconds of the national anthem, you feel a sense of pride. Every religion has got songs. The moment you listen to any of those songs, you feel a sense of devotion to your God. So music is a very powerful language. And then that is when I realized that I feel strongly about so many things, like the environment and social impact. So that's when I decided that I'm going to make music on things that I feel strongly about. And then the last phase of this was that I made my first album in this direction, that is Winds of Samsara.
Samsara.
And that album ended up winning a Grammy Award, and then Prime Minister Modi invited me for a meeting. And I sat with him for about an hour because he was going to be visiting the climate change conference later that year. And he knew that I was a United Nations ambassador and I was doing a lot of work with the UN. So he asked me a lot of questions, and we discussed a lot about climate change and about our different philosophies on it and about what India's philosophy is on it. And that is when he told me that you're so passionate about the environment and all of this stuff, why don't you stop everything else and just focus on making music on things that, on this particular thing, and stop everything else. So when the Prime Minister gives you career advice, you immediately take it seriously. So I left his office thinking that that's what I'm going to do. Now as a sudden stop, I'm just going to stop all forms of commercial music, not going to do Bollywood, not going to do anything. The only kind of music that I'm going to make
must have hurt
is
your bank balance.
Yeah, but I won 2 more Grammys after that.
Ah, okay. Yeah, but I mean, it was a conscious decision to work in this space, music that is in balance with nature.
Yeah, more like music which is a reflection of me as a person. Now the thing is that in India, when it comes to music, Bollywood and film music has got such a strong hold on music, so much so that when I tell people I'm a music composer, the first question I'm asked is, which film have you composed music for? Because everybody feels that music has to be a part of a film. So the thing is that most composers in India are making music not based on their own personality. Like for example, you have a composer like, let's say, Vishal Dadlani, who's he's an amazing guy. I absolutely love him. Very, very strong-willed person, constantly talks about gender equality. But then again, we understand it, but his most famous song till date is Sheila Ki Jawani. And a person who truly believes in gender equality, And his most famous song is Sheila Ki Jawani, and he's even written the lyrics to that song. So we know that, that he's paid to do it, and it's a commissioned work and all of that stuff. But then, why aren't we making music which is based on our own sensibilities and our own feelings and emotions, And so that's why. So for me, since the time I decided to do this in an absolute way, since 2015, You listen to any piece of music of mine from 2015 till now, and you'll know what I was thinking at that particular point in time, because every piece of music that I create is a piece of me. And a lot of people ask me that, why don't you do some Bollywood music and, and gain some popularity and then, try to give wings to your own music. But then my thought is this, that the Bollywood music will overtake my own music in terms of popularity because they've got the machinery for marketing it and all of that stuff. So the question I have to ask myself is that, would I rather be very less known for music that defines me as a person and music that makes me happy, or should I be extremely well known for music that does not define me at all? So I chose the first option.
But talking about film music as well, just a point there. Even now, I think the most popular songs are, of course, the classics, but also the songs from the early 2000s or the 2010s. It's odd, isn't it? I mean, why have we not been able to recreate the same kind of magic that we had quite, magically in, say, 2000 to 2010?
So we digress a little bit, but I'll tell you the answer to this. It is because of the way music is being disseminated right now. In the past, we would listen to music on radio.
Yeah.
So it was very heavily curated on radio, or we would buy CDs in shops and all of that stuff. So music was very heavily curated. You would listen to, let's say, an A.R. Rahman song.
Right.
I can challenge you this, nobody has ever listened to an A.R. Rahman song the first time and loved the song.
Yeah.
You listen to it
odd.
repeatedly.
Yeah.
And then the first time you listen to it, you're like, no, it's not good.
Yeah.
And then you listen to it about 10 or 15 times, and then you're like, that's the best song I've ever listened to.
This happened with Main Vapas song.
With so many songs. And the thing is that when songs were curated on radio, the songs were given a chance to grow on you. And the slower a song grows on you, the longer it takes to get out of your head. So those songs remain with you forever. But now, we listen to music on Spotify and YouTube. The video appears on your screen, or the song appears on a screen, and there are 10 related videos and 10 related songs jumping for your attention so that you click on it. So in the first 5 seconds or 10 seconds, if the song does not capture your imagination, that song is lost because you're going to just move on to the next song. And because of this, everybody is making very catchy tunes that get into your head immediately, and these songs move out of your head also equally fast.
Very quickly.
And that's the reason why you have songs like last year there was that song called Tauba Tauba.
Yeah.
Everybody loved the song and it was huge, and nobody stopped listening to that song, but then
or dancing
to it. But then 3 months later, who's even listening to that song, you know? So that's the way it is right now, that songs have become flavors of the month or whatever.
Flavors
and they just
of
go
the
away.
week.
Yeah, and the songs which actually could have become legendary, and the songs that could have become forever songs, and songs that could have stood the test of time, they are not even given a chance, so they just die an unnatural death.
Right. So it's so challenging for a musician to make music for this kind of environment.
No, but that's the thing about art itself, right? That you can make art for yourself. Like, let's say an artist like Vincent van Gogh, almost a contemporary artist, Vincent van Gogh, a painter. So if Vincent van Gogh, if he was making a painting, I would not imagine him going to all the neighboring art galleries and seeing that, what is everybody doing, you know?
What are they looking at?
What is in fashion right now? Let's do something like that. What Vincent van Gogh would do is that he would dig deep into his soul, figure out what is it that he wants to communicate to his audiences, and he would put that onto a canvas, and he would make something that is a piece of him. And if I wanted to know what kind of a person Vincent van Gogh was, I'll not bother reading a book about him. I'll look at all of his art, and based on his art, I will define what kind of a person he is. So I believe that one should sidestep this whole rat race when it comes to music, that you have to get into the head of a person in 5 seconds or 10 seconds, and just make music that makes you happy, because I believe as a musician, the first audience that you have for your music is you yourself. You know, you are your first listener. And if you yourself do not like that music, or you yourself have to make excuses about the music, like for example, if I'm showing you a new piece of music and I start with telling you excuses, no, this is what people like, or, you know, I had to make it like this because, you know, in the first 10 seconds people have to like it or whatever, then that's not an art at all, you know, that's basically commissioned work. So that's not something that interests me.
The other thing that interests me about your work is it's so collaborative. And that's quite, again, an extraordinary thing, because sometimes music can be made in utter solitude, but sometimes the best pieces come through collaborating with others as well. And no less than the founder of Police.
Yeah. No, so collaboration is the way to go in my opinion, because that's the only way to learn and to grow as an artist and as a musician, by exchanging ideas and having a mutual respect for your collaborator. So since you mentioned Stuart Copeland is a person who I collaborated with on an album in 2020. One of the greatest legends on this planet when it comes to music. For those of you who don't know him, he was the founder drummer of the band The Police. And also, he is considered to be the greatest drummer in the history of music. Also made soundtracks to Oscar-winning movies, soundtracks, and all of that stuff. But anyway, so when I started the collaboration with him in 2020, right up until then, I'd done many collaborations, but I was always the person in control. It was my decision for the music, and everything that would go on the recording would be something that that I am happy with. That's all. Nobody else was allowed to make a final decision. Of course, I would respect everybody's ideas, but the final decision was always mine. But here I'm working with a legend. Yeah. So I had to change my approach towards making music. So I made a decision that whatever Stuart Copeland asks me to do for that particular album, I'm just going to do it. Okay, whatever. Even if I feel that it is absolutely wrong, I'm just going to do it. And I'm going to live with it for 2 weeks. And at the end of 2 weeks, when I listen to it again, if I still feel that I am correct, then I will voice my opinion to him.
Did you have to?
So that's what. So then there were 40 to 50 times during the 1 year that we worked on the album, where he would tell me to do something and I'm like, this is not going to, in my mind, I'm thinking that this is not going to work. This time it's not going to work, because what he's saying is absolutely not the vision of this particular song. Or he's bringing in the drums too early, or, this music is not going to fit in with the vision of this particular album. And then I would do it anyway. And then I would wait for 2 weeks. And then I would listen to it again. And then I would thank God that I did not listen to my own instinct. Simply because sometimes you just fall in love with your own ideas. So much so that you're not ready to listen to another perspective, and you feel that every other perspective is wrong. And so sometimes you have to live with somebody else's perspective. And at the end of living with that person's perspective, you will change your own perspective, and you'll realize that that person has been able to make you achieve your end vision in a much better way than you have tried to do it yourself. So that was the greatest learning experience with Stuart Copeland, and that is when I decided that when I collaborate with people, sometimes I have to lose control just to make my song sound better.
Right. I mean, that's all about surrendering your ego and,
Absolutely.
developing empathy, which is really, I suppose, when you listen to a piece of music, that's what you do, isn't it? You surrender yourself to it. Have you seen, have people come up to you and said, Ricky, this piece of music that you made sort of made a difference to my life, or,
That's the question on, what I would call spirituality, you know? So, full disclosure, I'm a 101% atheist, and not even spirituality. I do not believe in anything that cannot be quantified and anything that cannot be explained.
That's the dental surgeon in you.
No, it's just anything. I know dental.
By the way, he's Dr. Ricky Cage.
That's something that my father forced me to do in order for me to have a musical career. So I went to 5 years of dental college, and at the end of 5 years, I did not know anything about dentistry, but I got a degree. And I gave that to my father.
But you're allowed to practice, right?
Yeah, but not anymore. My license has expired.
Okay.
For good reason, because I'll probably kill somebody if they came to me as a patient. But anyway, so what were we talking about?
We were talking about the quality of music that can sometimes alter the way people
so
think
coming back
or
to
feel.
spirituality, yeah. So now, what I believe spirituality is that sometimes, we see something of immense beauty, or we listen to a beautiful piece of music, or we see a sunset which is absolutely beautiful, or we look at a baby's eyes, and that moment of supposed creation is absolutely beautiful. And there is so much of beauty in that moment that our primitive brains are completely overwhelmed, And because of that, we are not able to fathom the beauty of what we are looking at, or the beauty of what we are experiencing, or that moment we are experiencing. So then we attribute it to a higher being, and and we call that God. So I have listened to so much of music, like Nusrat Fateh Ali Khan. I've listened to Pandit Ravi Shankar. I've listened to various musicians, and I felt that moment, where I just got tears in my eyes, and I did not understand why I was getting tears in my eyes, because I was just so overwhelmed while listening to this particular music. So there are people who come to me and they say that, I had this spiritual moment when I listened to your music. And that's when I feel that, okay, I've had that overwhelming experience with this person, so, probably I was successful at making that piece of music. So that's all that I feel. I feel that, okay, I've managed to communicate to this particular person. So for me, even if one person tells me that, I feel that all the hard work that went into creating that particular piece of music is absolutely worth it.
Talk a little about your association with Kiribati. I find that fascinating. A country that is soon going to disappear.
So Kiribati is a country in the South Pacific. If you look at the map of the world, it's sort of right in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. It's got 21 inhabited islands. It used to be 33 islands, now 21 inhabited islands. And it's predicted that they're going to be the first country in the world to go completely underwater due to climate change. So the climate change conference in Paris that happened in 2015, the COP21, which Prime Minister Modi spoke to me about when we had the meeting, and I was talking about that a little earlier. So I was very intently watching the climate change conference, and every world leader had to go up on stage in the plenary hall and give a 10 or 15-minute speech. So every world leader went up and gave these beautiful speeches about climate change and about what they're doing to mitigate its effects and the problems they're facing. But one world leader who absolutely stood out was the president of this country, of Republic of Kiribati. He gave a 30-second presentation. He went up on stage and he said, all you 195 countries present over here, please pass a resolution that ensures that my people of Kiribati stay above the water. And he just walked off stage. And then I studied about the country, learned about the country. I had to see things for myself. I flew to Kiribati. I spent a lot of time with their president, spent a lot of time with their people. And the president told me some very fascinating things. He told me that Kiribati, since we are very low-lying atoll islands, we are on the front line of climate change, because when the ocean levels rise, we are going to be the first to go. And so we are on the front line of climate change, and we are going to fall. And when we fall, that front line is going to keep moving back and receding till those countries and those people who felt that they would never be affected by climate change will be affected, and that's the reality of the situation. And the second thing he told me was even more heartbreaking. He said that when you guys in other countries have a hurricane or a disaster or a cyclone, water enters your home. But eventually the water recedes and it goes back, or it dries up, or whatever. He's like, in the case of our country, when it comes to climate change, water enters a home and it keeps entering till the time the people's homes and their ancestral lands becomes part of the ocean bed. And that's what's been happening to them. So climate change, when I went to Kiribati, I understood that climate change is not some vague phenomenon that may or may not happen in the future. There are current victims of climate change. Climate change is definitely human-induced, and our actions sitting down over here can have disastrous consequences on people on the other side of the world, because Kiribati as a country has nothing to do with climate change. Environmentally conscious society, almost no industrialization, negligible carbon footprint, but yet they are suffering the consequences of our actions.
The poor suffer more than the rich, for
Absolutely.
sure.
People who are not at fault suffers the most.
Yeah. You've traveled all over the world. You've seen climate change firsthand as well. Apart from this example, what has been the most heartbreaking thing that you've seen which relates to climate change?
I think desertification and drought. I think land drought is the worst, because when land is no longer cultivable, you lose livelihoods, you lose food security, there is tension, there is loss of peace. And of course, when it comes to land desertification and drought, and I've seen that all over the world in my travels as being a United Nations Goodwill Ambassador, women are the ones who suffer the most. Yeah. And it's a disproportionate amount that women suffer, and it's so heartbreaking, because there are more than 70 countries in this world where women cannot even inherit land from their ancestors. So women are the ones who do all the work on the farm. And if the land becomes...
Just as in India, they do all
everywhere,
the work, 60%.
everywhere. And if the land becomes no longer cultivable, then the land is sold and the women make no money off it. Or if the land is not sold, then the husbands, they go to the city and they try to get jobs over there and they make a new family over there. And the women and children are left all alone. And of course, when they become really frustrated, women become victims of domestic abuse, and this is happening everywhere in the world. So I believe that one of the biggest concerns we face on our planet is land desertification and drought, and this also affects our food security, our livestock, because if you look at pastoral land itself, that is rangelands. Rangelands cover more than 50% of the world's land mass, and 2 billion people depend on rangelands only for their financial sustainability, and most of it is degraded right now. And that's why it's not just about preserving and sustaining. It's about regenerating right now. That's what we need to work on regenerating our lands, making our lands cultivable again, because fertile land is the cheapest way to combat the effects of climate change because of the carbon capturing capacity. So I think what we need to focus on right now is restoring land.
What is the most sustainable thing you do in your life?
I do a few things in my life. Without being preachy, I'll tell you a few of them.
Nice earrings, by the way.
Oh, thank you. These were gifted to me by a Banjara woman in Rajasthan.
Oh, really?
So I pierced my ears just because she gifted it to me.
Wow.
She sang a few songs to me at a tea shop on the way to Bikaner. And I love the music, and she wore all this jewelry that she had handmade. And then I told her, I love your earrings. She just pulled it out and gave it to me.
Wow.
And yeah, and then basically I got my ears
Applause for that
pierced.
Banjara woman. Such generosity. You'll never find that in a city.
Absolutely,
city person.
absolutely. So yeah, so...
Again, we lost our train of thought.
No, I got it. This time I got it. So one thing that I do is that what was spoken about just in the previous panel, that I think we should not subscribe to fast fashion, and in India we are going in that direction.
Yeah.
I think fast fashion is one of the most polluting industries on this planet, and we should buy our clothes with a lot of mindfulness, and also we should buy very good quality clothes and constantly and repeatedly wear them. Like the suit that you see me wearing, if you go on my Instagram, you'll see it at least in about 20 or 30 different events.
So as Reena said, you're the Peter repeater.
Exactly, I'm a repeater. And because leaving aside the whole environmental thing, I can tell you this one thing, that the most expensive clothes that you ever buy in your life are the ones that you wear only once.
Yeah,
You
that's
know?
true.
So
Well
it's better
said.
that you rewear your clothes. And the second thing is that I do not own a car.
Oh.
So that is what, coming back to what Mr. Amitabh Kant spoke about. So I used to have 3 cars because I was a car crazy person. I used to love driving.
What cars were they?
Oh, I used to always have an SUV. I used to have a 2-seater sports car, and I used to have a sedan.
Sports car as in?
I had no, not those. I used to have a BMW Z4, then I had a Mercedes SLK, then an SL350, a Porsche Boxster. Then I think it was in 2013 where I sold all my cars, and I decided that I'm never going to own a car, not even an electric car. I'm just not going to own a car.
Everywhere.
So because I realized that when I go to foreign countries, I use public transportation.
Yeah.
So why can't I learn that in my own city? And of course, for me, it's a little easier because I don't have family and I don't have children. So it's easier for me not to have a car because I can just hop onto the metro, I can hop onto a bus, and I can go wherever I want. From the airport back home, you know, the Bangalore airport is quite far away.
Yes.
So yeah.
And we all know about the
all
traffic.
of us grown about it, but nevertheless, there is an airport bus which is very easy to catch. So I just hop onto that. It's much easier than taxi or waiting for your driver to come to the curb to pick you up. You can just hop onto the bus and you can go back home. So I do that all the time. And lastly, then I have a meat-free diet, but this is something that should never be forced on anyone because it's got nutritional and it's got cultural ramifications, but that's what I do. And lastly, I get my carbon footprint audited every quarter, just like how we get our finances audited. There are lots of firms that do that. And at the end of a quarter, I have discussions with the firm as to how I can reduce my carbon footprint for the next quarter. And whatever carbon footprint that is calculated, just so that I can sleep better at night, I mitigate it through tree plantation and through investment in renewable energy companies.
Wow, we can all do that. Thank you so much, Ricky.
Thank you so
And
much.
I wish you would sing, but we all know that you will
I don't
not.
sing at all. I'm a composer.
Can't even hum a jingle.
No, I don't, because whatever few fans I have in India, I'll lose them if I try singing. But thank you so much, and it's been a great talking to you for the first time. I hope we do this many more times.
And many more Grammys to you.
Oh, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ricky Cage, ladies and gentlemen, let's give him a huge round of applause. Kaveri, thank you so much for moderating that. But I'll request you to kindly stay on stage. First, we'll request you to come together for a picture, please. I think we can give him a louder round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. This, of course, was also a final act. Kaveri, I'll request you to offer a small token of appreciation to Ricky as well. Thank you so much. Ricky and Kaveri, thank you once again. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, of course, we're going to begin to draw curtains on the Green Summit 2026, but we really hope that today's conversations inspired meaningful action and lasting collaborations. We really hope that you at least had some takeaways that you can implement in your daily life as well. Before we let you go, a big, big thank you to all our partners without whom really none of this would have been possible. Green Partner, Larsen & Toubro, State Tourism Partner, Delhi Tourism Legal Partners, Niti Bodh, Hydration Partner, Qua, Green Energy Partner, Gruner, Renewable Energy Partner, Purva Green Knowledgeable Partner, Terry Digital Partner, Hook, thanking them once again because really none of this would have been possible without them. And of course, the support of you, the lovely audience, without whom really none of this would have been possible. Thank you to each one of you for making the inaugural Open Green Shift Summit 2026 a massive success. Once again, a big, big thank you to each one of you for joining us in this endeavor of ours. Please do join us for dinner and let's continue this conversation in a far more informal setting. Thank you so much. Have a great evening. Can I request the entire team at Open to kindly join us on stage so that we can get